All right. Greetings, family. Thank you for joining us this evening, and welcome to a special edition of New Day Resurrection and Liberation. All right, well, we will be continuing to honor with the week-long celebration, or here with New Day Resurrection and Liberation, as well as the Million Women March Organization and Universal Movements, celebrating the life and legacy of the illustrious, our ancestor saint, Queen Mother Moore. All right, family. And with that, today we have a special guest. We're going to have a couple of special guests today, or right now, with me in the yard. We have our sister Colette Peen, who is going to be talking with us about the upcoming celebration in New York and nationally with the Durban 25th anniversary celebration. And also giving us a little bit of insight into how Saint Queen Mother Moore was able to influence the current celebrations and festivities that are going on today, with, of course, her fervent advocacy and activism in the realms of reparations and reparatory justice. All right. Give thanks. Thank you for joining us this evening, Sister Colette.
Thank you for this important program. Thank you for inviting me on to share our information.
All right, excellent. Give thanks. Thank you for being here. Thank you for joining us, and thank you for your work and continuing in that spirit and legacy of the late great Saint Queen Mother Audley Moore. All right, and all right, we have with us in the building our co-host for this evening, Sister Empress Chi, aka Dr. Felicia Nesu. All right, excellent.
Yes. Greetings, everyone. And thank you again for joining us for this year. We do this annually. We do salutes to what we call our sister saints. And, when we talk about self-determination, it's always good to be able to show what that means in real time and not just at Kwanzaa time. And so we have dedicated.
I want to very much welcome this opportunity to talk tonight and share with the audience a very important anniversary coming up on August 29th in New York and several cities around the country, as well as internationally. Black people, African people, are celebrating a historic victory that was won in Durban, South Africa 25 years ago. The World Conference Against Racism, held in Durban, South Africa in 2001, was a result of long-standing work bringing the reality of Black people's struggles and fight to the United Nations, to the Human Rights Commission, to many different programs. It follows in the tradition that Queen Mother Moore laid out, following in the tradition of bringing our struggle to the human rights platform, saying that it's not just a struggle for civil rights, but it's a question of human rights, that we must share it with other Africans, that we must bring it to the international community. And for this reason, we had a very successful organizing effort over many years. Brother, would you like me just to keep talking, or will you be asking questions? What is the format that you would like to follow?
Yes, ma'am. Give thanks. Let me bring Sister Empress back in because she's going to be the main host for this evening, and I wanted to give her an opportunity to add any additions before we continue.
Okay, were you all able to hear me a little while ago? Because I was talking and then Sister Colette came in.
Yes, I can hear you. Sister
okay.
Colette, you hear?
No, I cannot hear her.
Oh, wow. Okay. So.
All right. Well, can you hear? You can't hear her now either.
Testing,
No, I can
testing.
hear you, but I can't hear sister.
Hmm.
Oh, wow.
Oh,
Yeah, that's why she came in while I was talking because
okay.
she couldn't hear me.
All right. Let me.
Okay.
Let's try. Let's try. If you, Sister Empress, perhaps if you come out and then come back in again.
Okay.
I'm not sure what the audio issue is, and let me see if folks can. Let me do
Okay.
a test also for the listening audience. Um, Coming over to Sister J Renee, thanks for joining us on our live on YouTube. Just give me a check. You can hear Sister Empress as well. I just want to do a quick sound check while we are getting everything together. All right. So if you can give me a confirmation, a yay or a nay, if you can hear myself as well as Sister Empress and Sister Colette. All right. Give thanks. All right.
And in the meantime, Brother Moon, what I'm going to do is click off and then come back in and see if
Right.
that will fix it. But
Right.
what you
Okay.
can do is ask Sister Colette to, before she goes into giving the report about the recent developments with what their organization was doing with the UN, ask her to
Okay. I'm
talk
talking
a
to
bit.
Sister Empress now. She's talking to me. So I'm just getting a little bit of follow up information, and I'm going to come right back to you, Sister Colette.
Just ask her to talk a bit about Queen Mother Moore, their interactions, meaning the organization, and if she herself had any direct connection with Queen Mother Moore.
All right, all right, good thanks. All right, so Sister Empress is going to be logging off and coming back on, and Sister Colette, once again, apologies for the technical difficulties. But I wanted to ask before you continue with your report, if you could just give us a little bit more insight into the interactions with the organization with Queen Mother Moore, and if you had any interactions as well yourself, any experiences, any history with Queen Mother Moore. Give thanks.
Um, when I met Queen Mother Moore, she was less active than she had been historically by the time I came into the movement. She was a revered figure. Her struggles were well known, but I met her when she was a little less active in the movement. But of course, organizationally, Sister Viola Plummer, who was one of the founding members of the December 12th movement, and Brother Coltrane Chimaranga had both known her and her struggle for reparations, and also through her participation in the provisional government of the Republic of New Africa, and the United Ethiopian Women's Organization. And so they were much more familiar and actively working with her. And in those struggles for the international, making sure that African people worldwide were struggling jointly in terms of as a Pan-African movement, and the ongoing fight for reparations. And of course, as part of helping to organize NCOBRA or participating in NCOBRA in terms of our organizational work with her.
Okay, Brother Muma, can you hear me now? Can you hear me, Sister Colette?
I can hear you now.
Oh,
Yes.
great. Okay, very good. So that worked. Okay, thank you for that, Sister Colette. So before we go into the report, because we're really, waiting to hear that, because that's the recent stuff, and it helps to give us insight into moving forward. But for folks who do not know, tell us a little bit about the D12 movement.
December 12th movement started in 1987 as a coalition of organizations, and our founding members were Alombe Brass of the Patrice Lumumba Coalition, Father Lawrence Lucas, a Black liberation freedom fighter, Sonny Abubadika Carson of the Committee to Honor Black Heroes, of Brooklyn Core, of many Pan-African motions, and Brother Coltrane Chimaranga and Sister Viola Plummer. And they came together to say that Black people crucially had to reinvigorate the motion in the streets, the actions in the street. Sister Phila, you may remember in 1984 when we were arrested as part of the New York 8 motion that
Yes.
fought a government conspiracy to really silence Black people's uh, motion in the street. We received tremendous support. And after that motion, or really even during that motion, the crack epidemic arose in Brooklyn, New York, arose around the country. So with working with Sonny Abubadika Carson, we started the Black Men's Movement Against Crack that took to the streets, took to the neighborhoods, marched throughout saying that we had to resolve the situation with crack, that we had to revitalize the Black Power movement, organized many marches against police brutality, against racial injustice, and evolved and became the December 12th movement through that Pan-African work, through the fight for Black self-determination. As our work continued, it was also always in the spirit of Brother Malcolm X saying that we had to take the motion internationally. So part of our work, besides the on-the-ground grassroots organizing in our communities, was to take the reality of Black people as the community of underdevelopment as a result of the transatlantic slave trade, as a result of the ongoing wrongs that are committed against us, to the United Nations. So we started traveling to Geneva, which is the place where the United Nations Human Rights Council resides, where the issues of racism are discussed. And in that, we continued and pursued it. They were really trying to say that, well, racism had ended with the fall of formal apartheid in South Africa. And it was a real battle to keep racism on the agenda of the Human Rights Council. And through that work, we received support for the call for another World Conference Against Racism. There had been two previous ones that had focused almost exclusively on the situation in South Africa of apartheid, but we said it was a wider issue and received support from many countries and peoples, and really stirred up the motion as people rose up to say, yes, no, this is our time to talk about our reality. So the December 12th movement is a domestic human rights organization fighting against the issues of police brutality, housing, inadequate health care, and internationally fighting for the issues of human rights in many different arenas. And that's who we are.
Shay, thank you, Sister Colette. And so just as a sidebar, family, and Sister Colette, you please feel free to respond when I say this. So, in hearing and knowing the work of D12, the consistency, and this is what we want to point out to folk in this day and age, the consistency of various groups and organizations over the years is really what has enabled the movement to move forward. And so, unfortunately, today with YouTube and flip flop and whatever else, people often think that organizing by way of social media is, in fact, the movement. And so I just wanted to point out how, as Sister Colette indicated, being in our communities
Absolutely.
and being consistent in that manner, this is real stuff. And so it is our responsibility to help point out, we were talking the other night, Brother Lumumba and Brother L and I and Brother Knowledge, about the real McCoy. And so it's really important now that it's pointed out, what is the real McCoy when it comes to liberation movement now for our people in particular. So I just wanted to do that little sidebar because, and by the way, Sister Colette, Brother Lumumba got a chance to meet you and D12 members and supporters for the rally in support of Zimbabwe.
Yes, absolutely. And our international work it supports very much different African countries, and particularly Zimbabwe. Also,
Yes.
we're engaged in support for Cuba because we think that it is our friends who are fighting the same struggle must be supported. And our vision has always been and that the people make change. And so you have to go among the people and have the people come. So one of the things that was very top of mind when we were organizing to go to Durban was to take as many Black people as we could. And Sister Philae, I know you know the late brother, Dr. Conrad Worrell of the National Black United Front. So this was a joint effort to create what became known as the Durban 400. We went all across the country. We were in we were in Atlanta and Chicago and Texas and California, and I don't even remember all the places, as well as different preparatory meetings in Latin America, in Europe, in Africa. We didn't go to any of the ones in Asia, but that was just, we just couldn't get it together to keep saying, to keep recruiting Black people to participate in the struggle. Because Sister Philae, as you know, as many people as we can get mobilized, that is our strength. It's never who is the one person speaking. It is getting people engaged and involved in their own liberation. That is key. And that was definitely in the spirit of Queen Mother Moore, who spent her life doing this kind of grassroots organizing, as you said, among the people, and getting people motivated to act themselves. So the Durban 400 was literally, between the National Black United Front and December 12th, we organized 400 grassroots Black people with their own money, not paid for by anybody else, to travel to Durban, South Africa, and to lobby at the United Nations conference around the transatlantic slave trade was a crime against humanity.
That's right. See, and this is important, family, because it's really important to know history of how certain things have happened, developed, in order for us to move forward. If you don't have certain fundamentals when it comes to dealing with liberation movement stuff, it doesn't really have the same, in a lot of situations, quality and capability. So this is why we feel very responsible to make certain that we provide folk with as much history, adequate information, factual information, and things that is going to really lend to future growth and development. So again, thank you for that, Sister Colette. So share with us a little more about Durban, because again, people are not really familiar with that. So give us a little insight into that.
And the reason people are not familiar, Sister Philae, is there has been a concerted effort by the West to forget this conference ever happened.
Right.
For real. In the United Nations, usually there's ongoing things. Oh, this conference happened. We're going to do a 5-year review, a 10-year review. We're going to publish this. We're going to publish that. Because it was such a strong conference, because Black African people came out so strongly. The continent of Africa stood up and said, no, the racism was an economic venture. It's the economic roots of racism. And we have to keep our eyes focused on that. We have to say that the transatlantic slave trade was a crime, is a crime, and always should have been a crime. Because, Sister Philae, as I know you know, there's always the attempt of, oh, that was so long ago, it wasn't a crime then. So that, and all the craziness that we have heard, and racism is a feeling, it's a culture, no, it was an economic roots of racism. They stole us, they sold us, and they owe us. And when we talk about the transatlantic slave trade as a crime against humanity, there's no statute of limitations on that. And compensation is due for that crime and the ongoing sufferings that we have endured. It brought together, because it was so powerful, and brought together so many African people from all over. Sister Philae, from Brazil, from Colombia, from Canada, from Nova Scotia. I discovered there were Black people in Norway. We were sitting in a meeting in Austria, the Sister Loretta and I, we were talking. Black people in Europe had a meeting. So we're saying, who would want to be in Norway? And the people at the table was like, oh, we're from Norway. We're like, oh, right, okay. So Black people are everywhere with a similarity of experiences wherever we are. The Durban happened in August and September 2001, and September 11, 2001 was, of course, the World Trade Center. So that helped to bury the great victory that had happened in Durban, because, of course, that became the news and that great tragedy. Too many people, and that's been one of the reasons we have worked so hard this year to remind people about Durban, to educate people about Durban, that this was the first time that there was an acknowledgement that the transatlantic slave trade was a crime against humanity. And as I keep repeating, a crime against humanity has no statute of limitations. From the World Conference, there were different mechanisms that were set up. A World African, Permanent Forum of People of African Descent, a group of excerpts for people of Africa, of to deal with the issues of Africa, ongoing meetings. And a lot of it gets quiet because it doesn't get talked about enough in our circles. And that's been one of the things we have always tried to do. With this 25th anniversary of Durban, it seemed like a perfect opportunity to re-engage our community, to make it even larger and better known. And in March of this year, because parallel, many people are working on this issue, the African Union has declared reparations one of their main focuses as well. And in March, there was a historic declaration passed the United Nations saying that the transatlantic slave trade was the gravest crime against humanity. Now, all of Africa, most of Asia, most of Latin America voted for it, and who voted against it was the United States, Israel, and Argentina. Abstaining was Europe, Australia, New Zealand. Are you getting a picture of who voted, who did not?
Oh yeah, we've been covering it since it happened. Absolutely.
And so this is historic. And we also attended the recent conference in Ghana, because there are these motions that we must be present at, and then we must also bring it back to our communities. And I think that is one of what we see as a responsibility, not only to participate on behalf of our people, but even more importantly, to get our people in motion around the issue. So it's not just something happening about us, it's something that we're involved in. And that's the spirit of the march and rally we're having Saturday, August 29th in Brooklyn. And other comrades around the country are having events in Atlanta, Chicago, Kansas City, I believe also in Philadelphia. I don't have the details of all of the cities in front of me.
I say, all right. So, Sister Colette, tell us a little bit about the follow up that recently happened in Ghana after the March 25th vote that was declaring, of course, again, that the transatlantic slave trade is, in fact, the gravest crime against humanity.
So two of our colleagues went to Ghana. There were other Black people from the United States also going. And it is always important to keep our presence felt, because since we living here, our government obviously is not talking about what's happening with us. There was a meeting of governments called by the African Union. There were brilliant speeches by Prime Minister Mia Motley of Barbados, President Nyambi Tahanda of Namibia, as well as other leaders who formed a council at the country level to promote and to continue to struggle on reparations. And the issue that is still difficult for us is that we, in a sense, are not represented because, of course, we do not have a government that's going to sit at a table discussing reparations. So we have to make our voices felt by attending and continuing to stir the ground. So on the one hand, a good thing that the African Union and CARICOM is continuing this push to demand reparations. On the other hand, or as a challenge, it is for those of us who do not have a state speaking on our behalf to make our voices heard, so we are part of the dialogue and part of the demands.
Ashe, Ashe. Okay. All right. So I'm going to turn it back over to Brother Lumumba, and let's see if there's any questions or comments from our Facebook or YouTube extended family. Okay, Brother Lumumba, are you there?
All right, all right.
Yeah.
Thanks. Okay. So I'm doing some activities in the background as well. So let me see. I have not seen any questions on our Facebook, or excuse me, on our YouTube. and I'm working because I'm having some issues with Facebook. So I've been working in the background trying to get things together. All right, so I'm not sure if we're properly engaged on Facebook. All right, so I'm still working on that.
Okay.
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 For further information, people can go send us an email at d12m@aol.com. That's d12m dot at AOL.com. I'm sorry, at AOL.com.
Okay.
And I will share with you the website as well, so you can share it.
Hmm.
When we get off the air, I'll send you the website where people can go, where we post background research and updates continually. We have a reparations themed website, so I will send that as soon as the show is over.
Okay. So since
Okay,
we don't
and
have any,
for the email, hold on real quick. For the email, you said d12m at aol.com.
Yes, sir.
Okay, okay. And if you recite, if you have it available, if you recite the website for me, I can put that in the chat as well.
I knew you were going to say that, brother. Let me try to get that to. I will send that to Sister Philae because I don't have it to be recited right now, and since I'm on camera, I don't think.
Yes, ma'am. No problem. No problem. Make sure we get it right. All right. Let me turn it
Yes,
back
sir.
over. Over to you, Sister
Okay.
Empress.
okay. All right. So before we close out with Sister Colette, I'm going to take it in another direction for a moment. Sister Colette, from your observation and experience being in the movement for several years, what are your thoughts about what's going on right now?
I think the point you said earlier around how social media has weakened our interaction with one another is well
Yeah.
spoken. That we really have to break that. Well, I posted it online and I shared it, and no. You have to be talking to people in real time, real life. Um,
Hmm.
you have to definitely remember and learn about the people who have come before you. You know, when you did this show, I asked me to do this show, I refreshed myself on the work of Queen Mother Moore, um, an amazing woman whose story, as so often with Black women, is not told enough. But
That's
when you
right.
hear about her organizing in different aspects with different people, how she saw things, and her consistency throughout her life. Um, I think that is something that is lacking, that not enough of our history is being transmitted,
Mm,
or that's a challenge that we must take up, you know. So I thought this program and programs like this are real important. Um, we have to figure out, and this is a call for all of us, how to engage our different generations of people to participate in the struggle, and to see that it's a river of ongoing resistance.
yes.
Um, and there are many, and that's a challenge sometimes, because you know, you're not, if it doesn't look like what you're used to, you may miss it, you know. So it's also just keeping our eyes wide open and being open to how different people are addressing issues. So that's how I see it. I think it's a good time because many people are um engaged, but it's also upon us to work ever harder.
Absolutely, absolutely. So, Sister Colette, I'm going to draft you if I may, because what we're realizing is we have to do sessions, particularly with not only the younger folk, but also any of our people. And I'm really focusing specifically on sisters right now, because that's kind of my area of expertise. But what we're going to be doing in October is literally holding workshops that deal with the development of Black perspective, African centered advocacy, activism, organizing, grassroots, and beyond. So, I need some sisters who have that kind of capability to help. Give information, give advice, etc., to those sisters who really do want to be organizers, activists, advocates in the context of that real spirit of resistance.
Straight ahead, Sister Philae.
I know that's right. Okay. So yeah, this again, because I've been talking with a lot of sisters, and sometimes people just don't know, certain dynamics, and so we want to just be a little more proactive in getting them more direct access. To some of the people, Sister Pam Africa, Sister Basima Muhammad Bey, and a few
Absolutely.
others. They're on board. These are sisters that we know have that warrior woman sister spirit, and have the experience
Yes.
to share.
Yes.
So get ready for that, because we get ready to come get you
Oh
on that
God.
one.
Okay. To the best of my ability and the constraints of objective, but it is important. It's an important dialogue.
All right, good, thanks. Okay. All right, so listen, if we don't have any more questions or comments, I guess we can close out with Sister Colette. And Sister, we want to thank you again for sharing in the spirit of Queen Mother Moore. We want to make sure that we do the just thing in that spirit, and in what it is in honoring her and continuing that work. And certainly D12 have in fact exhibited that, have shown that, and I know we'll continue to do so.
Thank you so very much. And I will leave the program. I think that's how that works, right?
Yeah. Okay.
Okay. Peace.
Or
Take
you can
care.
stay in. You can stay in and listen if you like.
Yes, but I think I do it through another mechanism. So let me leave.
Okay. Cool. Yeah, you can listen through YouTube or Facebook.
Okay, will do.
All right. Give thanks, sister. All right.
Peace.
Okay. Peace. Okay, Brother Mumba, how are we looking on Facebook? I meant to ask you that before I said that. Are we connected to Facebook yet? And also, we're looking for Baba Playthell. He should be joining us shortly.
Yes. So,
Uh-oh. Okay.
check.
Yep, I hear you.
Okay. All right. So yeah, it looks like we are on Facebook. As far as I can tell, it's hard for me to
Okay.
verify because it indicates to me that we're on, but I don't have
Okay.
anyone to verify that.
Okay, cool. Okay, do we have either Baba Jamoki or Baba Playthell backstage?
No, we do not.
Okay. All right, so in the meantime, I'm not sure what is going on there. So I'm going to turn it back over to you for a few minutes, and I'm going to make a call to see what's going on.
Okay. All right. Excellent.
Right.
With that, I want to go to a clip of that we have shared previously, but for those who have not seen a kind of live and direct or in the flesh with ancestor Saint Queen Mother Moore, I wanted to share a little bit of the interview that she did on Flow TV, and just get a little bit of perspective and some of that spirit and energy that was shared by the late great uh, ancestor Saint Queen Mother Audley Moore. Right. With that being said, let me share my screen. Matter of fact, let me if I can, let me knock out some housekeeping. Um, just want to make sure I take care of, cross my T's and dot my I's as far as copyrights and things of that nature are concerned. Okay. All right. So let me come to this disclaimer and fair use. All right. Let me share my screen there, and then I'll come to this excerpt, this interview with our great ancestor, Saint Queen Mother Moore. All right, let me share my screen. All right, really quickly. Let me make sure I'm up. Okay, there it is. Due to the social nature of this site, all right, this channel make use of copyright materials. Okay, so this is in accordance with Section 107 of the U.S. Copyright Law in accordance with 17 UFC. The materials on this channel are offered for educational and informational purposes. All right. All right. Let me come to my next piece. This is a content disclaimer. If it is in opinions expressed in the media or comments on this channel are those of the speakers or authors and do not necessarily reflect or represent the views and opinions held by this channel broadcaster. Due to the social nature of this broadcasting channel, videos may contain content copyrighted by another entity or person. This channel claims no ownership to said copyright and content. The broadcast of this channel cannot be held accountable for the copyrighted content. The broadcast of this channel is a messenger and share of information and strive to verify but cannot warrant the accuracy of copyright or completeness of the information on this channel. If you have a complaint about something or find your content is being used incorrectly, please contact the broadcaster prior to making a copyright claim. Any infringement was not done on purpose and will be rectified to all parties' satisfaction. All right, let me stop my screen share there. Okay, and let me come to the interview with our ancestor. All right, let me share my screen one more again. All right, and you can hear in your own words, family, some of the perspective, spirit, and energy of Queen Mother Moore.
My name is Earl Pinto, and I am the guest host of the Flo Kennedy Show. We are greatly honored to have as our guest today a great woman, a freedom fighter for African people throughout the world. Her name is Queen Mother Moore. Welcome, Queen Mother.
Thank you.
How did you become known as Queen Mother Moore?
Well, that name was bestowed upon me by the African students, first of all, as a result of my years of activities in this country. They gave it to me. And when I went to Africa, to Dr. Nkrumah's funeral, the chief heard about me, and he sent for me to come to him. And I went, and he said, I'm going to make you officially Queen Mother of the Ashanti. And he initiated me Queen Mother. But I was Queen Mother before I went to Africa.
Did you personally know the late Kwame Nkrumah?
Yes, I did. I knew him here.
Okay, you met him while he was visiting here?
Yes.
Okay, and that is in conjunction with your work?
Yes.
I understand that you sent a petition to the United Nations in, I think, 1957 for reparations for the Black people in America. Explain something about that to us.
Yes, the petition called for us to go back to Africa, for those who wanted to go back. And for those who wanted to stay here, there had to be certain indemnity given for the people who wanted to stay, the people who wanted to go.
What kind of indemnity?
Well, I was asking for $200 billion.
$200 billion to indemnify?
Yes, for the injury that we have received. The injury as a result of our enslavement.
Okay, that's for our 400 years of enslavement.
Yes.
As reparations, we
Yes.
requested $200 billion.
Yes. Yeah.
Okay, when you sent this petition to the United Nations, what kind of response did you get?
I got very good response, but he told me that we needed a member nation to introduce the resolution since we were not officially members of the UN.
Is this with your work with the Republic of New Africa?
No, that was not.
Okay.
I went as a member of the Ethiopian Women, the Universal Association of Ethiopian Women.
I understand that you founded that organization.
Yes.
And what was that organization about?
To save our men from execution. They were being executed at the rate of 2 a week almost. There was somebody being executed.
Then unjustly
Yes.
executed?
Yes, we felt they were unjustly executed. And we tried to save some of them. We did save some.
Mention a
From
few.
execution. Labat and Poret. We saved those. We saved Jenkins. We saved another brother.
Well, there was a number of
Yes.
people that were saved from execution because they
Yes.
was unjustly charged with crimes.
Yes.
And where did this take place?
In New Orleans.
Okay, you're from New
Louisiana.
Orleans, I
Yes.
understand. Okay. And then you also worked with Marcus Garvey.
Yes.
Tell us first something about Marcus Garvey.
Well, I was first brought into the Marcus Garvey movement by the fact that I understood that he was to come and speak to us in Louisiana.
Mm-hmm.
And we went to the meeting, and lo and behold, he didn't come. And we heard that the mayor refused to allow him to come. So we were very incensed about it and got a delegation to go see why. And then it was guaranteed that Marcus Garvey would come the next night. And the hall was packed with people. And everybody went with ammunition.
They had guns?
They had guns. Everybody had guns. Blue Steel, Smith & Westerns, German Lugers. We had plenty German Lugers because, you know, the war it was boys from the war and everything. Okay. And I had 2 guns with me. And they all had guns and ammunition, a bag of ammunition. Everybody had what you call a suitcase today. We used to call satchels.
What was all this?
Ammunition.
Why were you so armed?
Because we was afraid the police would stop him from coming again.
Okay.
And we wanted to protect him. And so we went. 3,500 people was in that hall. And so when Garvey came, we applauded very much. And he said, "My friends, I want to apologize for not speaking to you last night. But the reason I didn't speak to you is because the mayor permitted himself to be used as a stooge by the police department to prevent me from speaking to you." And when he said that, the police jumped up and said, "I'll run you in." And when the police did that, everybody jumped then and took out their guns straight up. The guns were straight up in the air. "Speak, Garvey, speak." And Garvey said, and as I was saying, and he went and repeated himself. And the police filed out of there like little puppy dogs with their little tails between their legs. Every policeman filed out of the hall.
Okay, after which I understand you started a chapter of his organization?
No, I didn't start a chapter. We had a chapter going down there.
Okay. And you purchased stock in
the Black Star Line, yes.
What was that? What was the Black Star Line?
Black Star Line was ships that Marcus Garvey was buying.
For what purpose?
To go to Africa. To go to Africa and to trade with Africa. He was going to trade with the West Indies and Africa.
And what was the result of the purchase of the ships? Did they ever get to Africa?
No, the people sabotaged the ships. There was great sabotage. You know, on Garvey's board, he had a lot of enemies of our people. you couldn't talk about Africa in those days without expecting the agents to be around you. You had the agents of Belgium, you had the agents of France, you had the agents of England, and all those agents were sitting on his board.
Or trying to sabotage his work.
And yes, in the form of black skins.
Okay.
You see, so they sabotaged the ships.
All right.
And then they charged Garvey with fraud because they were saying that he was selling unworthy ships, you know.
How did the work of Marcus Garvey influence your life?
Oh, very much so. Oh, yes, because he taught me about the glories of Africa. I never went to sleep anymore since then. Never. I did much study since then of my own.
On the glories of Africa.
Yes.
You've made numerous trips to Africa. I understand that you recently attended the Women's Conference, the International Women's Conference.
Yes.
Tell us about that.
Yes, that was very great. It was very widely attended with 8,000 women.
Okay. Yes. During your travels, recent travels to Africa, you went to Ethiopia, I understand.
Yes, I went to Ethiopia.
Did you witness some of the famine?
No, they didn't let us go there. We didn't see anything of the famine. You wouldn't even know they had a famine.
I guess
they kept that from the people.
I guess that's sometimes like people visiting New York never get to see Harlem and Bedford Stuyvesant.
That's right.
They just show you the...
That's right, the part they want you to see. That's right.
You have land in upstate, Parksville, I believe it is. Where it's you have the Mount Addis Ababa.
Mount Addis Ababa.
Okay, and you doing work on that mountain.
Well, we want to build there a college of African studies. We want to build a monument to the 100 million Africans who perished in the slave trade, and for those who died since. All the people who died in the struggle. 100 million. 100 million died in the slave trade, yes.
So that's our Holocaust.
Yes, that's our Holocaust. Yes.
All right, this institution that you want to build, the purpose of it will be to educate Black people?
Yes, to educate our people, to help our people to understand, to de-Negroize us. To de-Negroize us, change our minds from European minds. You know, we have no idea the condition that we're in, the psychoneurosis that we suffer. We suffer a terrible, terrible blight. We don't know who we are. We use European names, and we just are comfortable with our condition. We really don't know who we are. We have no idea. We're captive. Yes. And we're absolutely comfortable with this situation.
Yes. I know I feel personally very honored that you had given me an African name, Menelik.
And don't you feel better since you have a... That's
a lot better. And most of my friends call me by Menelik.
Yes.
And what is the significance of that name?
That name is meant, it's great. It's an Ethiopian name.
Okay. You're working with Mount Addis Ababa, and you're going to erect a monument to commemorate the 100 million Blacks that had died?
Africans. Yes, Africans, yes.
Okay. You have an organization that's working with this effort?
Yes. It perished in the slave traffic.
Okay. What are some of the other works, things that you're personally involved in presently?
Well, that's mostly what I'm taking up with now, trying to build that monument and trying to build the institute.
The institute?
Yes.
That's the school?
Yes.
You once told me that you were fighting for the freedom of Lizzie Williams.
For Lizzie Williams, yes. Lizzie Williams, bless her heart. She's so dear. She just sent me a Christmas card with $5 in it. She's so wonderful.
She was sentenced?
She was sentenced to 218 years in prison. She's in her 70s.
Why was she sentenced?
For perjury in Alabama. For perjury. Her boyfriend stole 2 chickens, and she swore that he was with her. And they charged her for that, for lying, that he was with her instead of stealing the chickens, and then charged her with accessory to the crime.
I understand that you was instrumental in breaking Jim Crow in the baseball league.
Yes. At one time there was Jim Crow in the league that blacks couldn't play. And the people, especially the Jewish people, was fighting Jim Crow in the big league. And they asked me to head the committee to fight Jim Crow in the big league. And of course, I was a Negro then. I used to be a Negro. And, everything sounded good to me. The Negro fights Jim Crow and that kind of thing. And I fought Jim Crow. And I didn't realize what I was doing. If I hadn't been a Negro, I wouldn't have fought to get a Negro in the big league. I wouldn't have did that. I would have fought to get a team in the big league. One of our baseball team, we had great teams. I dismantled the teams. My work dismantled the teams. We had neighborhoods where our ball games would play, and the children was happy, and the old ladies was selling pies and things at the ball games, and children was shining shoes, and we had hotels. And it was something when they had a ball game in town. But all of that's dismantled. All of that, there's no more hotels or anything. You see, Jim Crow has done away with all of that.
Excuse me. I would like to reintroduce our guest. Our guest today is Queen Mother Moore. This is the Flo Kennedy Show. Queen Mother, you said that you were a Negro.
All right. Let me stop my screen share there, family. So you heard in her own words some of the fervent spirit, fighting ancestral spirit and energy of the late, great, phenomenal Saint Queen Mother Audley Moore. All right, family. So she, if you picked up what she was putting down, she was dropping many gems in that interview. All right. So for those who are just getting familiar with our dear ancestor, please do your due diligence and follow up and get more information, learn and study some of the great works of our ancestor, Saint Queen Mother Audley Moore. With that being said, family, we have on board now in the yard with us here on New Day, Sister Betty Davis. All right, greetings, and thank you for joining us this evening.
Good evening. Betty. Wonderful presentation. Wonderful. It's so wonderful to hear her voice again.
Yes.
And to hear her speak on the struggle around Garvey.
Yes.
One of the first stories she told us to teach us how you don't back down, even in the face of terror.
Oh, excuse me, Sister Davis, Mama Davis. If you could, before you jump in, I know you fired up, and thank you. But if you could just give the people a little bit of background information on who you are and the organization you're representing, and just give us a quick introduction on those aspects. And then I'll let you have the floor. Continue to build on some of your experiences, some of your organizational experiences, and teaching and tutelage with our dear ancestor, Saint Queen Mother Moore. Give thanks.
Yes, thank you so much. Queen Mother Moore is responsible, along with Ralph Pointer, for my joining the struggle for liberation and freedom of Africans in this part of the world. Uh, the thing I remembered her talking about is just what she self-criticized herself for, was we had no idea how colonized our minds were.
Oh, excuse me.
And
My apologies, Sister Davis. One more
yes.
time, though. I would like you to introduce yourself to
Oh,
let
okay.
the
I'm sorry.
yes, yes.
I'm a retired educator. I'm a member, a co-founder, along with Ralph Pointer and Lynn Stewart, the New Abolitionist Movement. I'm part of the Spirit of Mandela Political Prisoner, Free All Our Political Prisoners Initiative. And in addition to that, I'm a part of the Black is Back Coalition under the leadership of Chairman Omali Yeshitela. And as I said, the first time I heard Queen Mother speak, it was over. I mean, that was it. I was in the movement. I was a captive. I've never heard anybody interpret reality that way. And I'll stop there. I joined the struggle for community control of education. Queen Mother Moore tutored us on how to take back our institutions. That was something she said to us all the time. You're in a colony. It is your duty to take over these institutions in your community. That is your wealth coming back to you. You cannot allow them to have the contracts, the jobs, control over your institutions in this colony until you get complete liberation. In addition to that, she was always talking about the fact, the phrase she used is that we have been Negroized. You heard her say that on the tape. And she talked about the fact that we were like zombies. And what she meant was just that description that she gave to us. I am retired now as an educator, and I owe it to her teaching me how to organize and speak truth to power. And one of the things I want everybody to remember, she used to always say, I've only had a third grade education and I can't afford to miss one piece of it. I can't afford to let any of what I've learned go. Um, and it's not about the job, it's about a calling. When we go to work, it's not about the job. And if more people had remembered that in the 60s, we wouldn't be where we are with this Blackness leadership class today. It's not about the job, it's about the struggle and how you can be accountable in the job to fight against colonialism. Thank you for letting me talk.
Oh, yes. Much appreciated. Much appreciated. Thank you for joining us, and thank you for sharing and your sharing the information and your experience with the late great Queen Mother. With that being said, if you could just speak a little bit more on some of your work that you're doing currently, some of the work that was actually inspired by our late great Queen Mother Moore, around the Jericho movement. If you could start there, and around a lot of the organizational movements that you are participating in currently. I think one of the most important aspects, of course, one of the most important aspects of reparations and reparatory justice is to be able to highlight the need to free our political prisoners. So, if you speak a little bit on that, please.
Queen Mother Moore was at the heart of the political prisoner struggle. She supported every political prisoner that was uh, prominent at that time. She never let a rally for the Panthers go by without showing up and giving the main address. But more than that, her discussion around the struggles in this country, she always related it to colonialism at home and abroad. I know we think a lot of the people in the white left are responsible for that theme, but it was Queen Mother who first made that connection real. In addition to that, when she was talking about how we didn't know our own minds, she used the image of a zombie, and she said it is our duty to de-Negroize our people. One of the things she also said was, you have to control the institutions. And I credit her with being the heart of the struggle for community control and the heart of what eventually became the Ocean Hill Brownsville struggle in New York City. And today we are still fighting against mayoral control. One of the things she did was she broke it down. She said the New York City school budget is one of the largest budgets in the world, not just in this country. And at that time, she would make us aware that we were 70% of the public school system. We should control 70% of the contracts. We should control 70% of all of the jobs, not just the teacher jobs. It wasn't just about that. And she said, if we control those institutions, we could end unemployment in our community in practically overnight. And she was always preaching that. But what I really remember is when they were insistent on building the state office building that we now have on Adam Clayton Powell Boulevard. And she said, Harlem is entitled to a high school just like all the white neighborhoods throughout New York City. That building should be a high school for Harlem. And she was behind the major protests that lasted for weeks around not having the state office building, but having a high school. Because when you have a high school, it's practically an industry in your community. In addition to that, one of the things she constantly supported was ne- the Republic of New Africa. Whenever she had any kind of program, she always invited the Republic of New Africa participants to speak. She always had African drums to announce their arrival. She was complete circle in terms of our liberation struggle. It was not just enough to become Africans here. We had to be able to relate to Africans abroad. And I
Yes, ma'am.
went into teaching because of her. As some people don't know, but if you go to the New York Times, Ralph Pointer led the struggle to take back PS 175. Queen Mother was a major organizer of that community control struggle. In addition to that, once we took the school, we changed the whole format. It wasn't just about firing white teachers. That was never the main agenda. The question was getting competent teachers. And the struggle was to control the contracts for the custodian, the contracts for the people who cleaned the building, the contracts for the people who provided the furniture, the contracts for the people who provided the paper and the books and the pens and the pencils. This is who Queen Mother was. She was a genius and she was a true Garveyite.
Ashe, give thanks. Thank you for that wonderful information, Sister, Sister Betty. Oh, wow. Um, I wanted to also, and thanks for joining us, being on board, Sister Eartha. All right. I'm going to
You're
come to you.
welcome.
All right, give thanks. I want to come to you in a second. I just wanted to finish building with Sister Betty. Um,
One of the images she used to use to illustrate what she meant by the fact that we had been Negroized,
read
she
my
used to
mind.
talk,
How did you do that?
she used to say, when you see a circus lion and you see this beautiful blonde girl, and she comes and she takes her whip and she cracks her whip. Then she walks up to the lion and opens his mouth and puts her head in it and takes it out. She said if he was a real lion, she wouldn't be able to take her head back out. And that was her story to illustrate Black people, that we had been denaturized. We were lions and we didn't know it.
Wow. I mean, you must have like pulled that from my mind. That was like uh wow, that was incredible. But no, I was going to ask you, the aspect of deniggerization. So excellent for that. I wanted to also ask you about the importance of, well, two things. One of the work versus our position. If you could speak a little bit more on that and what we're kind of seeing more so in present day.
One of the things I'd like to address is she said work is about a calling. It's not about the job. It's about a calling. Whatever your gifts are, through work, you give those gifts to the community. That was one of the things she emphasized. But before I forget it, you mentioned how much she loved political prisoners.
Yes, yes,
Whenever
yes.
she,
Brother,
whenever
Brother
she
Melinda, I need to.
addressed,
Can I interject for one moment? Could you check
sure.
to see if Brother Playthell is behind stage?
No, he's not.
Okay, thank you.
No
Whenever
problem.
she addressed a public gathering, she would stand up, and she had quite a physical presence when she stood up. She was like royalty. You knew a queen was in the house, and a powerful queen. And she would say, I am standing today for those who cannot stand for themselves. I
Mm,
am lifting up my fist in defiance for those who are not here to do it for themselves. I am speaking today on behalf of our captured warriors. She never called them prisoners. She said
mm,
captured warriors.
that's
And
that.
today, the whole definition of a political prisoner is being blurred because there are people who are converted and transformed in prison. And then there are those who were captured trying to transform their society. And she always made that distinction that she was their voice in the what we call minimum security. You and I, we're in minimum security. They, our political prisoners, were in maximum security. And she and Ralph Pointer always emphasized people cannot survive that does not defend their warriors. She said it all the time.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Thank you for that. And we do have our brother in the yard now. Thanks for joining us, brother Playthell. I wanted to ask you one more question before I turn the mic back over to Sister Empress. Um, and it was if you could, because we spoke a bit on political prisoners and the position of our great ancestor Saint Queen Mother Moore. But if you could just break down a little bit, because you touched on it briefly though, what exactly is a political prisoner?
Yes, a political prisoner is someone who was captured. In other words, they were doing whatever they were doing to overthrow our slavery in this country. And in the process of performing these revolutionary acts against the fascist state, they are captured. The way the brothers, the comrades who freed Assata Shakur, one went down firing and defending her, and another was captured. Sekou was captured. That's a political prisoner. They are a captive. And America tries to blur that distinction and say they're all criminals. But the rest of the world recognizes political captives. And they have a standing, a special standing in the Court of the Human Rights. And our Panthers, our Black Liberation Army, and our comrades, our European American comrades who supported them, these are our political prisoners. Richard Williams, for instance, everybody should Google him and lift up his name.
I
Thank
say,
you.
I say, give thanks, Mama Davis, and thank you for joining us and again giving us some of that rich history and legacy of the continuation of the work of the late great Saint Queen Mother Audley Moore. All right. With that being said, let me turn the mic back over to Sister Empress. We do have our brother Playthell with us this evening. Give thanks. And thanks for joining us,
All
brother.
right. Thank you, Sister Betty. I wasn't sure you would be able to join us, but it's
There's so
always a
much
pleasure.
happening. I
I
apologize. There's
know.
so much happening. You know, the same thing you're going through in Philadelphia with them stealing your deeds, shutting down your public housing under Section 9.
Hmm.
That's what we've been fighting, I mean, 24/7,
Wow.
comrades. So I apologize to you.
No problem. It's a blessing to have you. We thank you for taking the time. I did speak with Sister Pam, and she said you were getting ready to go to Florida. So, thank you
Yes,
for. I know your schedule was tight, so we really
yes,
appreciate you sharing.
yes.
I
Give
say,
thanks.
give thanks.
All right. So listen. So we'll be in touch, Sister Betty. So when you get settled, I know you have some business to take care of, but when you
Right.
do get settled, please get back to me because we want to make sure that we have you for our anniversary in October.
Oh, thank you. Thank you. I'll be
Thank,
honored.
thank
Take
you, my
care.
peace to you. All right, moving right along. We finally got Brother Playthell. It was some difficulties getting him on, needless to say, but give thanks. We have him now. All right, family, you all need to buckle up, like we said before, because as you know, our dialogue and platform is about real stuff. We don't sugarcoat things for you. We don't try to give you no, misinformation or misconception. We try to give it to you straight, raw, and real. And with this brother that's getting ready to join us now, best believe if you haven't heard him before, yeah, well, if you are like sensitive or whatever, then this might not be the segment for you. Okay. If you get offended easily, this might not be the segment for you. And we are thankful that we have brothers and sisters and elders that represent that, because it's too much BS going on right now. That fluff stuff, it has its place, but we need folk to speak truth to power. And so that's why it's really a pleasure and an honor to have Brother Playthell Benjamin with us, because for me, it is not enough of our people that's really representing in the manner that some have been taught, and certainly that we've seen from our ancestors. So, Brother Playthell, please unmute your mic, and we're going to get ready to get into it. All right. Am I seeing him? Okay.
Yes,
Brother
he is on
Moon.
the screen. His mic is open. I'm not sure what the issue might be with the audio. I'm not seeing any indications on his audio. Now, yes, I know you do have to make sure you click on allow audio and video when you're coming onto the platform. But it seems like that is engaged because it usually gives
Right.
indications when that's not. Okay, he now okay. His mic was unmuted, is now muted. But again, when it was unmuted, I did not hear any audio.
Okay.
Brother Brother Playthell, are you hmm, I see you just unmuted again, but I still don't hear any audio. Perhaps if you can try logging off and logging back on
Oh
again.
my goodness, that's
Uh,
going to be a problem. It took us all this time to get him on.
wow. But yeah, I'm not sure
Yeah.
what the issue is.
Okay.
I'm not sure. Well, maybe you can. He just logged off. Maybe he's going to try to log back on. I was going to say maybe you can call him on the phone and then put it on speaker with
Yeah,
no.
that's the last. I mean, that's what we were going to do if we couldn't get him on. But we all the time that.
Can you hear me now?
Yep, we hear you
Yes.
now. There you go. All right, it
I don't
works.
know. I don't know what the deal is. I did the same thing before.
Right.
Well, I'm
You know, it's
glad I
technology
finally got on
sometimes.
because I would have really been disappointed if I were not able to, contribute to this celebration.
I
Uh,
know that's right.
well, let me just say this. I met Queen Mother 64 years
Excuse
ago.
me. My apologies, Brother Playthell. If you could just give introduce yourself, kind of give just a little bit of background information on who you are and some of your contributions.
All right. Well, let me just say this.
Yes, sir.
Anybody who really wants to know about me can go to go to Playthell Benjamin, Independent Public Intellectual, and just go to Google it, and it will come up. Or go to Playthell's Commentaries. If you go to Playthell's Commentaries.wordpress.com, I have 50 essays up there about, politics and world politics and culture. And my bio is also on there. Just go to the search engine and put Playthell Benjamin, Independent Public Intellectual. But the thing is, when I first met Queen, my career as a public intellectual began the night that I met Queen Mother. When I first had my encounter with her. It was 64 years ago. And I had just come out of the Strategic Air Command where I had been isolated on a nuclear strike base whose mission was the nuclear destruction of the Soviet Union. And that's what radicalized me. Being in that experience radicalized me. I ended up getting a convenience of the government discharge. My commanding officer just wanted to get rid of me, because I was asking all kind of uncomfortable questions. But while I was up there in isolation, this black first sergeant one day said to me, because remember, I went in the military in 1960 when when the South was still segregated. So we were in there with all these unreconstructed rednecks. They just put us all in there together and say, okay, you whatever you went to outside, you're in the military now. You do things the military way, and either we get along or they go get the boxing gloves. So after we beat up a few of them crackers, they begin to behave themselves. But anyway, this sergeant told me one day, he said, these white boys act like they think they're all that. They ain't all that. Look at this. Read this. And he gave me James Rogers' 100 Amazing Facts About the Negro with complete proof. And then he had all 10 volumes of Rogers' works. So I read them all. And when I came out, the first thing I wanted to do was go to this place he kept mentioning, the Schomburg Collection, and to check his footnotes and see if all this incredible stuff he was saying, if these footnotes really checked out. So I spent, almost a year in there doing that. And I started calling this radio show and dropping different facts, historical facts that were really unknown then. This is 64 years ago. And so one night, the host of the show that Malcolm X used to be on all the time. If you read Manning Marable's autobiography, you see him talking about Malcolm X on the Joe Rainey Show. This was the leading black progressive radio show in the country. So everybody listened to it. All the black radicals, all the white progressives, everybody listened to it. So on my 20th birthday, May 25th, 1962, Mr. Rainey brought me on because he called me out. People started saying, this guy here, this stuff he's saying is interesting. Why don't you have him on the show? So he called me up and I went to meet him and he said, he looked at me, he thought I was a lot older than I was. I was 19 at the time. He said, but you're just a kid. I said, well, I'm the guy that you've been listening to. So he said, do you know enough about this stuff to come on here and you talking about to come on and do a 3-hour show? And I was very cocky. I said, I know enough about what I'm talking about to do a 3-year show. So he said, okay, we'll see. And he put me on my birthday. And Queen Mother Moore was listening. And after I did a lecture called Was Ancient Egypt an African Civilization? That was the title of the lecture. And 2 hours into it, I did a lecture for an hour and took 2 hours of questions. And the second hour, at the end of the second hour, we get this call. And the radio producer and host knew her very well, but I had never heard of her. And she came on and we said, this is the Queen Mother and whatnot. And she said, right away, I saw her brilliance as an organizer. I mean, at the moment, I didn't necessarily recognize it as that at the moment because she was so skilled with it. But later, when I look back on it, I saw it because she taught me how to organize. And I could see, she came on, she said, Mr. Rainey, I've been sitting here listening to this young man for the last 2 hours.
And I keep thinking that yesterday he was a teenager. She said, is there anybody out here listening who think that at a time when our people are rising up in revolt all over the world, I never heard anybody talk like her, rising up in revolt in Africa and the Caribbean, everywhere. Do you think it's an accident that this kid should come out here and give us this kind of knowledge? But Queen Mother was a person of action. So she always had something for you to do, to change. So she right away proposed, she told us, she said, look, we as a community ought to be ashamed of ourselves. All these pig-eating preachers riding around in Cadillacs, and this young man, y'all giving him your money, and this young man here did this all on his own. We should be ashamed of. And she talked the station into setting up a fundraiser for me to raise $250,000 and give it to me, so I could travel all around the Black world. She say, I trust what he got to say on Ralph Price. Send him around the world and let him come back and talk and tell us what's going on. But I grew up in a family that was in which any kind of public assistance was disgrace. The idea of them begging for money for me on the radio was, it was horrifying, So I refused to do it. I refused to allow them to do it. And so she invited me to her house. She wanted to convince me I was making a mistake. And as it turns out, I did make a mistake. But at the time, she couldn't convince me of it. But what she did was, when I went to her house, we met in this room where she had all these books. And she had all these books on revolution and whatnot. And she had a couple of other ladies with her because she was the president of an organization she had at the time called the Universal Association of Ethiopian Women. And they were all dressed in these saris and whatnot. So she introduced me. She said, this is the young man we were listening to the other night. And she set me down in this big wooden chair, and she gave me this chalice with wine in it. And she said to me, all right, young man, you've done a lot of study, and you seem to be really dedicated, but what do you plan to do with your life? Well, I had on fatigues and I had a beard like Castro. I didn't really know what the Cuban Revolution was about. I just knew that when Castro came to power in 1959, I was a freshman at Florida A&M, and the crackers were scared to death of him, but the Black Cuban students applauded. They were happy. So that's the first thing that made Castro made me favorable towards him. But then I went in the military. I'm in the Strategic Air Command where they got nuclear weapons and all this talk about Cuba. I keep hearing all this talk about Cuba. I mean, even to the point where they would tell us if you're out in a bar and somebody say, the Russians need a warm water port because their boats get frozen in every winter. Put these people under surveillance because they're lobbying for a Russian base in Cuba. I mean, that's kind of craziness. So it all just enhanced Castro all the more in my eyes. So when I met Queen Mother, I was dressed in my fatigues that I had brought out of the military, and I had this beard. So she asked me, what were my plans? And I say, I'm ready to die for my people. And usually, when you say that, that's a showstopper. People catch their breath. And Queen Mother just looked at me. She sucked her teeth. She said, so you're ready to die, huh? She deflated me very easily. She said, listen, if you want to die, that's easy. Because the white man will kill you. She said, our whole history shows that the white man will kill you, especially black men like you. And then she asked me, she said, and this was a great method of hers. She said, but let me ask you a question. Don't you think anything worth dying for is much more worth living for? And so the answer to that was obvious. So she said, well, then why are you talking about dying? Why aren't you talking about how we're going to live and how we're going to win? And then she told me that what we needed was a revolution. But you were not going to make a revolution in this society unless you understood capitalism. And to really understand the capitalist system the way we needed to understand it, I needed to read Marx and Lenin. And she gave me a book, Fundamentals of Marxism and Leninism. And she said to me when she gave it to me, she said, now, I want you to get this. I don't want this to get you. Don't ever tell me you're no Marxist Leninist. She said Marx and Lenin understood capitalism and they understood imperialism, but we have problems that Marx never dreamed of. So this is not the total answer to our problem. And of course, now she was one to know because she had been in the Communist Party. But when I met Queen Mother, she was going on her 65th birthday. So she had a long history in the movement. She had started in the Garvey movement. And this, from this beginning conversation, I mean, from the very beginning, I proceeded to learn from her. You know, I didn't know anything about Marx and Lenin, you know, and she gave it to me. She warned me not to become an ideologue, is what she's like some of these people around here now, you know, who are what she would call a sectarian ideologue. At the time I met her, she and her sisters were getting ready to travel across the country to organize the Reparations Movement. I'd never heard the term reparations. She explained to me that what had been done to us, that, you know, the American government owed us, you know, that we needed to be compensated. We needed reparations. The damage that had been done to us needed to be repaired. And she had written a pamphlet called Why Reparations that explained the whole thing. And she'd had a whole lot of them, boxes of them printed at their own expense, her and her two sisters, you know, Eloise and Rita. And they got in their car and they drove across the country and they met with Black leaders all over the country and was handing out these leaflets, educating them on why we needed to file a reparations case. So that was the beginning of the reparations movement. I saw that. Am I still on? Hello?
Yes, you are. Absolutely. We hear
Yeah,
you
because
loud and
y'all so
clear.
quiet. I don't know. You know what I'm saying?
No, we just don't. Yeah, we want you to just go do what you do.
Well, the thing is that so when she came back, she took me somewhere where I got a chance to see. First of all, I was very anti-white, blindly anti-white when I met her, because I had come up from Florida and then gone in the military. I was convinced when I heard Malcolm X say the white man's the devil. The only reason that I didn't join him right then and there on the spot is because I was atheist, you know, and so, but I thought it was a damn good thing to call him the devil, you know. So when I had this very, you know, like blindly anti-white, and Queen Mother told me, she said, look, th- this is not just, this struggle we're in is not just about race, you know, and all white people are not our enemies, you know. Some of them are our allies. And she talked about John Brown. She talked about the white women who would give Black runaway slave women their babies and let them take them with them and say, I'm taking this to my mistress to get past the patty rollers and whatnot. And she told me about the abolitionist movement, you know, I discovered. So she told me, you know, that we have to look at this thing objectively. Some white people have the same interests we have. And so she said, she decided to give me a lesson in this. She took me to a radical labor conference in Youngstown, Ohio. And this was at the beginning of the development of what we now call the Rust Belt, the beginning of the closing of these big steel plants and whatnot, and the deindustrialization of America. It was just beginning. They had just closed this big steel plant. So Queen Mother, we go out there, had never been anything like this. And this all these blue collar white workers in here, you know, these kind that support Trump and whatnot now. Queen Mother got up, she told him, she said, I'm going to have to tell you all something that's going to really upset you, because nobody's ever told you this before. And so you don't really understand that you're not the real white man. She said, I'm sorry you have to hear this from a colored woman, but you're not the real white man. The real white man has power. The real white man has wealth. The real white man is the one who closed down the factory and got you standing out on the street wondering how you're going to eat. She say, I know you're not the real white man because I've worked in the real white man's kitchen and he wouldn't have you at his table. When was the last time? And she knew the names of the executives of the steel company. And she asked me, when was the last time Joe Blow or whoever had you in the midst of over to dinner? When was the last time so-and-so had you and your wife out on his yacht? Queen Mother had these white boys in the palm of her hand, you know. She mesmerized them, you know. She got a standing ovation. I was shocked. And what she was showing me is that Black people can lead white people too if you have the right message. And that while we had our thing to do, that she argued against what she calls sectarianism, becoming so fixated on one issue that you don't see the broader picture. She's the first one to talk about, the international relationship of forces, and use terms like imperialism and whatnot. She was my first tutor in radical politics. And even now, 64 years later, I doubt that 2 or 3 days go by that I don't mention her. I'm always referring to something that she taught me. Just and mind you now, I went on to become, a professor at a major university. I've lectured at Harvard, the Sorbonne in Paris. My writings have been studied at the Columbia Graduate School of Journalism. I went on to quite a career. I met the smartest people in the world. And I've never met anybody I was more impressed with than Queen Mother, or anybody that had more of an influence on me than she did. She introduced me to John Henry Clark. She introduced me to Dr. Ben. She introduced me to the great radical Black lawyer who did the We Charge Genocide. What's his name? His name is
Paul Robeson.
No, Paul Robeson was. She knew Paul Robeson very well, but
Right.
but Paul is not the one I'm thinking. But I'm thinking about Gerald Horn has just written a book on him called Black Revolutionary. I think of his name, but anyway, he's the one. Paul Robeson had presented a genocide petition before this. Paul Robeson and Dubois presented the first genocide petition to the UN. And this guy here, this was a book length petition that he submitted to the
William Patterson? Was it
William
William
L.
Patterson?
Patterson. William L.
Yeah.
Patterson,
Okay.
exactly. William L.
Yeah.
Patterson. She introduced me to him. She introduced me to a lot of people from the old left. She used to say, and she would tell me, what kind of roles they had played. Now, one day we were riding through Harlem, and she pointed to a place. It was a club that was now closed, the Rockland Palace. And she told me, she said, this is where I used to hold rallies for Ben Davis. Now, Ben Davis was a lawyer who was a Central Committee member of the Communist Party, who was elected to the City Council of New York twice. He served 2 terms. And Queen Mother was his campaign manager both times. That's how what a great organizer she was, And she showed me billboards from the rallies that they had. And she had Count Basie, Duke Ellington, Charlie Parker, Dizzy Gillespie. All of them would be coming out to play for raise money for Ben Davis on these things that she organized. She had a farm upstate New York. And we used to go up there and have sessions and whatnot, and she would have we would take target practice. We go up there, and her son was a marksman from Korea. And he was his thing was, Tommy. He would say, "Look, I've been going to meetings ever since I was a kid. I'm not coming to no meetings, but if y'all want to know how to shoot a gun, when you start shooting, call me." And this is where he was at. But we used to come upstate, and spend days up there, studying and taking target practice and whatnot. She was a force of nature, and one of the things I like to tell people about is her relationship. The Black radical movement of the 1960s was a very male chauvinist movement, and that's part of it is because of all the talk about, Black manhood, and how, a manhood had been damaged. It was very, very male chauvinist movement. But Queen Mother could command any room, with even Malcolm X, for instance. People try to credit John Henry Clark and Ben Jackman with Malcolm's decision to change the name of his organization from Muslim Mosque Incorporated to the OAAU, the Organization of
Organization of
Afro-Americans.
Afro-American
Yeah.
Unity.
Well, that's not true. They were not the ones who gave him that idea. He got that from Queen Mother. And I know because I was in the meeting. And Queen Mother, this is when, if you read Manning Marable's biography of Malcolm, he talks about when Malcolm left the nation, when he was first organizing his movement, that he had a lot of meetings in a barbershop in West Philadelphia. That was Aaron Wright's barbershop. And it was just a few blocks from where Queen Mother lived. And everybody knew Queen Mother. So he brought Malcolm over to her house for a meeting. I was there. And I had met him. I knew him because, the radio show, I became a regular on this radio show. I started out as a radio historian. That's how my public intellectual career began on that show. The guy kept me as a regular. I would do these history lectures, every week. And Malcolm would come on there. If Malcolm was speaking in Camden, New Jersey, if he was speaking in Trenton, if he was speaking in Wilmington, Delaware, in any of the place, anywhere around, and of course Philadelphia, he would come on the show. So that's how I got to know him, but I was also on that radio show, I met Muhammad Ahmed, who was Max Stanford at the time. And in 1962, we got together and organized the Revolutionary Action Movement. And and we were the first to advocate armed struggle. And let me just say this about the Black Panther Party. If you read Bobby Seals' accounts of the Black Panther Party, you see he talks about they started off in Ram. Him and Huey started off in Ram. When I first met them, they were students at Oakland Community College, and they weren't involved in anything. The way that came, the Revolutionary Action Movement, we're the ones who organized the Revolutionary Black Panther Party. The Black Panther Party started out in Lowndes County, Alabama. SNCC organized it. And it was basically organized by people who were disenchanted members of the Mississippi Freedom Democratic Party, because some of them became disillusioned when the party came up here to the 1964 National Convention in Atlantic City, and they brought their own delegation and they challenged the regular
Fannie Lou
Mississippi.
Hamer.
I beg your pardon?
Was that with Fannie Lou Hamer?
Yes, yeah.
Yes.
Fannie Lou Hamer. But they challenged, because they had an integrated group. Their group really represented proportionally the population of Mississippi. So they came to the National Democratic Convention and challenged them to unseat the regular Mississippi delegation, because it was a cracker delegation, a segregated delegation. And they created a crisis for the Democrats. And they said, okay, they had to consider winning the election. And the Democrats at that time was the party of the South. Now it's the Republicans, and that's because the Democrats became identified as the party of civil rights. All the major civil rights measures took place under Democrats. And that's why all these rednecks now are Republicans. I witnessed all this happen. But in any case, Max also, so anyway, I was saying about Malcolm. So Aaron brings Malcolm over to Queen Mother's house. Queen Mother said to him, she told him that he was a gifted mass leader, that, he had that certain magnetism, what people call charisma, but charisma, as Dr. Luther Gerlach pointed out, is what it really is the ability of a speaker to communicate to the audience that he feels their aspirations, that he shares their aspirations. You understand? That's what charisma is. That you can completely identify with the audience's aspirations to the point that they're willing to follow you. And of course, it takes a certain gift to be able to do that, which Malcolm had. Now, Queen Mother told him, she said, look, what do you want to be? What are you trying to do? You want to be an imam? You want to be a religious leader? She said, well, let me just tell you, if that's your decision, you will never be an effective mass leader among Black Americans because, like it or not, the overwhelming majority of Black Americans are Christians. And they're going to remain Christians. So what is your intention? Are you trying to create some little cult? Or do you want to build a mass movement? She said, well, if you want to build a mass movement, you've got to get rid of this sectarian stuff and get a movement that is an umbrella that all people of different, because, you know, in a movement, you have people, especially in a national liberation movement, you have people of various ideologies. She said, you need to organize a movement that can encompass all of these different points of view in the Black community. And she pointed to the OAU. She said, hey, look at the Africans. She said, they have different colonial heritages. Some of them speak French, some of them speak English, some of them speak Portuguese, some of them are Marxists, some of them are capitalists, but they all come together because they recognize that there's a problem that endangers them all, and that's Western imperialism. She explained this to Malcolm. She broke this down to Malcolm, and that's when he came up with the OAAU. Now, one of the great moments of my life was when Queen Mother was finally invited to address the OAU. This was in the 70s. You know, that's after I'd gone to Amherst and whatnot. And she asked, she came to me, she said, I don't want, there's nobody I want to write my speech but you. So I wrote the speech that she delivered at the OAU national meeting, you know, the continental meeting. So, I mean, she was like a mother to me, you know. I mean, I would travel around with her. You know, she had a place in upstate, she had a place in the Bronx, and she had a place in Philadelphia. You know, when I come up to New York, I stay in her place. There's a picture of her in Ghana where she's being bestowed the title of Queen Mother is being bestowed upon her by the Ashantis. You know, the woman sitting next to her was my first wife. Queen Mother was she was involved in uh, my choices of women. I mean, because there was one woman that when I met her, that I was all involved with. When I was thinking about meeting, Queen Mother called a meeting. She called a meeting of cadres and invited her son. She said, "This is Tommy. This is my only son." And she said that I invited him here because I want you to know how serious I consider the role that Playthell. She said, Playthell thinks that his life is his. You don't understand that the highest human relationships possible is a relationship between revolutionary comrades. And so his first responsibility is to the collective. She said, now I invited my son here. This is my only son. Because I want to make a point. She said, if he and Playthell were drowning, and I had one lifeline, I would throw it to Playthell without hesitation. Because if I save him, he might save a million, and my son can't save himself. He's just a nice colored man. She said he married the wrong woman, and he's just a nice, respectable colored man. You know what I mean? Middle class colored man. So that's who Queen Mother was, you know, and she was. I've never met anybody like her.
Wow. Baba Playthell, quick question before you continue. Do you still have the speech that you wrote?
Hello?
Can you hear me?
Can you hear Sister Empress?
Are you there?
Can you hear us?
Yes.
Hello?
Can you hear us?
Check.
Hello?
Can you? Something going on with his audio again. I'm not sure what's going on. You might have to log off and log back on again. I'm not sure what happened.
Hello?
Can you hear us?
You might got to call him because I don't think he can. All right, family. So we're going to straighten out. We're going to work on straightening out the audio for Brother Playthell. and excellent information and history that he has
Oh
given us.
my
He
gosh, yes.
awesome. But yeah, if you can give him a call so he can know, and he can log off and log back on like he did last time.
Okay.
All right, excellent. And we do have Baba Jamoke on board with us as well. All right, so I'm going to pull him into the conversation while you're getting things situated with Brother Playthell. All right, give thanks. All right, with that being said, thank you for joining us this evening, Baba Jamoke.
Greetings, Brother Lumumba.
All right, all right. How's everything? How you making out this evening?
I'm doing well. I'm doing well. I apologize for just getting on. I had some issues I had to deal with this evening.
All right. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. And thank you for joining us once again. Um, I wanted to, if you could, just give some of your experience, if you have had any, involving with Queen Mother Moore, and also possible relation or relationships and developments that she has had with Saint Queen Mother Moore on the development organizationally. All right. But before we do that, if you could introduce yourself and the give some a little bit of insight into your organization.
Yes. So, yeah, again, my name is Brother Jumoke Fitayo. I uh, consider myself a lifetime activist, being inspired by my mother and my father's works. Um, I joined uh, in COBRA, the National Coalition for Blacks for Reparations in America, in 1996 when the national convention came to Atlanta, where I was living at the time. Um, I remember going to the meeting and being very impressed with the level of leadership, with the level of conversation that was going on in the room. And again, like I said, grew up in the movement. So I've been to lots of meetings and conferences and gatherings and lectures and stuff. But it was something very unique about being Cobra leadership that attracted me to wanting to get more involved in Cobra. I joined the Atlanta chapter, became the local male chair of Cobra. And I was on the education commission, became national secretary, and then also became national male co-chair of Cobra. And also I served as the Southeast regional representative of Cobra as well. So although you all have me down here as in Cobra, I really more associate myself now more with First Repair. I mean, I am a lifetime member of Cobra, but I'm not active in the leadership of Cobra at this point. But I am very active with First Repair, which is the leading organization that's focusing on leading national organization that's focusing on local and state reparations initiatives, as well as national, but primarily local and state initiatives around reparations, which was started by NANBA, now known as NANBA, Robin Rue Simmons, who came up with the first, not the first, well, we'll say his historic case for reparations in Evanston, Illinois. And so I worked with that agency, with her organization. I particularly serve as the South Region Coordinator and also as Senior Advisor. And I also do work with some other groups. I happen to serve on the City of Atlanta Reparations Study Commission, and I also advise several other reparations groups in Atlanta, and also nationally, including the Movement for Black Lives Reparations Working Group. Some of my background.
All right, excellent.
We,
Thank you
we
for
we
that.
do have Brother Playthell back with us, so
Yes,
Okay.
yes. I just
okay,
want to transition really quick. Thank you for the
okay.
introduction, our brother Jamoke, and we do have brother. I want to transition really kind of because I want to give brother Playfeld an opportunity to finish and to see if there's any questions or comments before we come back over to you, brother Jamoke. All
No
right.
worries.
All right, give thanks, give thanks. All right, brother, pray. I just want to make sure that everything is good. If you can hear us, and make sure your audio is good as well. Brother Playthell, can you hear us? Okay. Looks like there might be something going on with this audio. Again, I'm not hearing anything. His mic is unmuted. So I'm not sure what that issue is, but it seems like the same issue from previously with his mic not being able to be engaged. I'm not sure what that issue is though.
Okay, Brother Playthell, we cannot hear you, so you might have to once again come out and come back in. Your mic is not. Can you unmute? If he's saying
He's
you
already
you look
unmuted.
unmute.
Yes, he's
Okay,
already unmuted. Yes.
you might have to again come out and then back in.
Okay. All
Okay,
right. Yes.
just did that. Okay.
Yes.
All right, let's go back over to Baba Jamoke while we're waiting for him to come back.
Sure.
Okay.
So I don't really have any personal
Can you hear me now?
stories.
Oh, yes, we can hear you now. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay. All right.
Okay.
Excuse me, Baba Jamoke.
That's fine. That's fine.
Yes, Brother
Okay.
Playthell. Yes, we got you back. Can you hear us?
Oh yeah, I hear you perfectly.
Okay.
So
Okay.
I'm gonna say, if anybody got any questions, they can ask me whatever questions they want.
Yes.
Well, I sure have one.
right.
And it is, you mentioned about writing the speech that Queen Mother gave for the African Union. Do you still have that?
You know what? I got so many. I'm sitting there now looking at boxes and stuff. I'm sure it must be around here somewhere. Um, I remember meeting her at the airport because she got in touch with me late. And I stopped everything and wrote it. And I met her. She was getting ready to catch the train. She G2 Wiusi, and people from over the east was with her. When I got there. And I gave it to her just before she was getting on the plane. So I probably got a copy of it around here somewhere. In those days, I used to write everything by hand and then get somebody to type it. So if it's here, it's in my handwriting somewhere. But like I'm trying to go through this stuff and catalog this stuff now. I mean, there's two different libraries that's interested in my papers. One is the Schomburg, and the other one is the Dubois Department up at the University of Massachusetts, where I was a co-founder of the first Black Studies Department in the world, the first degree-granting Black Studies Department in the world. Anybody else who attempts to make that claim is lying. We're the first in Amherst.
What college was that? What
The
university was that?
University of Massachusetts in Amherst.
Oh, okay.
Where Dubois, we named it after Dr. Dubois. He grew up 70 miles from the campus. And when we first came there was no recognition that he was even from Massachusetts, And this was quite a fight that we were engaged in because we weren't just demanding a Black Studies department, and we wanted to name it after a radical Black intellectual, who had joined the Communist Party in his last days, who was a founder of the Pan-African movement, who was a founder of the NAACP, who was one of the major activists in the anti-nuclear war movement. Circulating at 83 years old, Du Bois was indicted, for circulating the Stockholm Peace Appeal, which was a call for the end of nuclear weapons. So we wanted to name it after him. Now the white folks up there treated us like, we were some sort of heretics coming up there trying to introduce some niggerology into the curriculum or something. Like we had to chastise the white folks, but it was a remarkable group of people, who participated, in that, and one of my former students made a wonderful documentary of Queen Mother. I don't know, he had made it on some antiquated technology, that is not used anymore. And I think I don't know whether he ever managed to get it converted over to which now would now be usable technology because he was sent it to Ashley Farmer. Have you all met her? Have you all had her on here?
We haven't had her yet. I did talk to Dr. Blakely, and so we will be connecting with her because Dr. Blakely did say that she thought the book was pretty good.
Pretty good. It's great. First of all, Ashley Farmer is a Harvard-trained historian. Now, people I myself am an autodidact, like John Henry Clark, like Ben, like Harold Cruz, like Thomas Jefferson for that matter. Some self-taught. I dropped out of college, and when I went back to college again, it was as a professor. But uh, I don't um, I don't play down the importance of what people have achieved who do get PhDs. A PhD from Harvard ain't no joke. You understand what I'm saying? If you get a PhD from Harvard, you know what you're talking about. Okay? And, people can say whatever they want, but you know what you're talking about. This job that this lady did on Queen Mother's book is a masterpiece of historical technique, historical research. The way that she, because the main job of the academic historian, is to produce a work that tells us something that we don't know, and to be able to base what they're saying on verifiable evidence. See, like for instance, when everybody jumped on Manning Marable about the book he wrote on Malcolm. Well, I have a piece online called "Is Dr. Marable's Malcolm Yet Another Reinvention?" Because the title of this book is, Malcolm X: A Life of Reinventions.
Right.
But the subtitle of my piece is on history, myth, and special pleading. And right now, I'm writing a major essay on my reflections on the 250th anniversary of the country, and I'm talking about the difference between myth, and history, because mostly what this is about is myth, it's white supremacist myth, you know, and I lay out that whole scenario in two parts. In the second part, so I'm going to dissect it. But the thing is that Manning Marable, in that book, when the book first came out, I wasn't even interested in reading it because I thought I knew everything there was to know about Malcolm. I saw Malcolm a lot in his last days. It was just an accident that I wasn't on the stage when he was shot, because I was one of the representatives of the OAU from Philadelphia and OAAU. And I missed my ride with Brother Aaron, the brother who brought Malcolm by Queen Mother's house. I missed my ride with him, so I had to take a train up here. And by the time I got up to the Audubon, which is walking distance from where I live now, I pass by there all the time. By the time I got up there, they were rushing Malcolm across the street on the gurney. He had been shot, and I was in a state of shock for, I don't know, a couple of months or so, because my experience with him had been, but anyway, yeah, so uh, uh, we developed the Dubois Department, and my papers are probably going to end up there. So I don't have ready access. See, like now, I put everything in computer files. Everything I write, I preserve it in computer files. Back then, I was writing by hand, and I got boxes of papers. I'm sure the speech is in there somewhere, But it was a great moment for me that she wanted me to write it. And she told me she didn't want anybody but me to write it. She was uh, she. I was very close to her at one point in my life. You know what I mean? In the later years, we sort of drifted apart. But when she was still very active and whatnot, and she was at 65 years old, it was hard to keep up with her. I was 20, and the way she was moving, the energy she had and whatnot, it's hard to keep up with her. She's and I'm so delighted to see her getting this recognition. You know,
Gosh.
in the book Ashley Farmer wrote, believe me when I tell you, that first of all, this woman Ashley Farmer founded a whole field of study called Black Women's Intellectual History. And whoever heard of that before? She created that discipline. And this book on Queen Mother Moore is a masterpiece of historical research. And saying that anybody who says anything else don't know what they're talking about. Everybody should read that.
Ashe. All right.
Everybody should read it. I've read thousands of historical texts, and I know what a great text is when I see one. And in fact, in the piece I wrote on Manning Marvel's book, I go into what makes a great historical text. That's why the subtitle is on myth, history, and special pleading. All of those things mean something to professional historians. You see, the people who attacked Manning Marvel were interested more in myth than in history. Everybody wanted to preserve their particular myth of Malcolm. And anything that he presented that contradicted that, they accused him of, trying to destroy Malcolm. It's nonsense. Gerald Horne and I, Gerald Horne, who's the premier historian writing in America today, we looked at, we went through the book, and we thought that Manning Marvel certainly gave Malcolm his props. No question about it. But if you want a saint, then you're in trouble, because there are not many of them around. And anybody that you look at closely, with the kind, and Manning Marvel did a tremendous research job. First of all, he had access to things that nobody else had seen, like his family gave him complete access to Malcolm's personal papers. And then he was the first one to get the intelligence reports from at one point in the 60s, every police department had something called a CB unit, the civil disobedience unit, that monitored the movement in the town. And these were the people who were supposed to be on point when Malcolm got assassinated. And that's why a lot of people believe that the police department allowed it to happen. Whether they were in on it or not, they allowed it to happen because they knew, that Malcolm's life was in danger, and they had people around there, and they did nothing, to stop it. But Manning Marvel's, like I said, his look at Malcolm is a very important book. It's a magisterial book, and people may find some. I have criticisms of it, but it's not the kind of criticisms that most of these other people have. My criticisms had to do with, I think that he did not fully display the naivete of Malcolm when he visited the Middle East. Uh, hanging out with these radical Arabs and whatnot, and these Muslim people are racist. And then when Farrakhan went over there, to his credit, he saw that and came back and talked about it. But Malcolm was on such an Islamic trip, he was just embraced by his Islamic brothers. He didn't really know much about the history of race in Islam. He really believed that Islam was the black man's religion. Islam, these Arabs are worse than whitey. They're worse than whitey. I have a piece you can read online called "Racism in the Arabs." Right? This is the Arabs were enslaving Africans before the Europeans ever set foot in Africa, and they continued long after the Europeans had quit. There were Arabs. Look, there's an organization in England called I Abolish. It's a organization that fights slavery around the world. It's an old organization. They had a forum here, and they actually had Arabs who came from slaveholding families. This is in the 1990s I'm talking about. In some of those Arab countries, you still had black people held in slavery, and they said that they never even thought that there was anything wrong with enslaving black people until they went to study in France. This is what they said. And learned about the Enlightenment and the anti-slavery and the abolishment of slavery in France and what have you. That's when it's the first time they ever thought that it was wrong. And then when they went back and told their parents thought they had lost their mind. So Malcolm had a very naive view
Wow.
of these Arabs, in Islam. You know,
Right.
so Malcolm Manning Marable, he like really, like kind of just fluffed that over and whatnot. Whereas, to me, it was a serious. And another thing, the House Negro, Field Negro thing. You still got people going around here talking that nonsense, and Manning perpetuates that in his book. Malcolm was not a scholar of slavery, right? Malcolm knew very little about slavery, right? Now, I've studied it extensively, and first of all, anybody who really knows about slavery know that it was the house slaves that organized all the conspiracies. It was the house slaves that hated the master most. Field slaves worked from sunup to sundown. They were illiterate by law. Most of them never left the plantation. They didn't even have any idea what freedom was. The house slaves were the ones who were in there listening to the masters debate the question of slavery. They were the ones who became literate. They're the ones, who do you think, when Frederick Douglass and these abolitionists were writing this literature, who do you think in the black community was reading it? The free black folk and the house slaves, people who were literate. And another thing, none of the major leaders of slave revolts, none of them was an illiterate field hand. All of them were literate. Nat Turner was a plantation preacher who had memorized the whole Bible by the time he was 14 years old. He was something of a genius. Denmark Vesey, who organized the most complex slave revolt in Denmark, in Charleston, South Carolina, Denmark Vesey had been the slave of a ship captain. He had been into Haiti. He had been in the revolutionary Haiti. He had read the Declaration of the Rights of Man in the French Revolution. He read and compared it to the Declaration of Independence here. Gabriel Prosser was a blacksmith, who had contact with all kinds of people. You know what I mean? So Frederick Douglass was a blacksmith. Frederick Douglass was a shipyard worker. He was a skilled worker. His boss could hire him out and collect his wages. So he was a shipyard worker who met free black men from all over the world who were sailing into the port of Baltimore. They were bringing this literature in there also. And Frederick Douglass, he made it a point to learn how to read because he said he discovered early on, he was looking through this little blueback speller that young people used to have, and he was looking through it, and the mistress of the plantation saw him and was intrigued by the fact that he wanted to learn to read. So she decided to see if a Negro could really learn to read, and she started tutoring Douglass. The master walked up on him one day and saw him and asked her, "You out of your mind? What are you doing? Don't you know education unsuits a nigga for slavery?" Douglass never forgot that. Booker T. Washington, Booker T. Washington, he was 9 years old when slavery ended, but he used to see the white people reading out of the books, worked in the house. He see them reading out of the books, and he thought the book was talking to them. So when they'd go out the room, he would pick up the book to see if it said anything to him. And that's what inspired his desire to learn to read and his reverence for education. So that house Negro, field Negro stuff is nonsense. It has no basis in historical fact, and it led a whole lot of us astray. A lot of us, because we became hostile to those things which had made us great in this country. It enabled us to survive. And it's just like right now, the argument that's going on around Tuskegee about the new president of Tuskegee has banned do-rags and whatnot in class, and certain other, the pants around your butt and, slippers and all. He's banned all that. Well, I think it's about time. I went on a black college campus a few years ago, one of the elite black college campuses, and I was shocked. Everybody on there looked like a B-boy. everybody on there looked like they were trying to be Snoop Dogg. When I was a teenager, Snoop Dogg and these guys would have been jokes to us. They would have been, entertainers. This guy's talking shit. Like all of us could do some. Rapping didn't start with them. We used to rap on the corner all the time. There's a difference with hip hop because these guys are actually bars. They're actually poets. They actually compose what they're writing. We was reciting folk rhymes, but the thing is that nobody like this would ever have been a role model to us. My role model is about how to dress until I started wearing dashikis or whatnot, and became revolutionary. But in ordinary dress, my role models were Miles Davis, Sugar Ray Robinson, Duke Ellington, Nat King Cole, Billy Eckstine, the best dressed men in the world, the most imitated men on earth. That's who, we were shooting for whatever we were doing. We wanted to be the best at it. And my grandfather was a tailor, trained on Savile Row in London. And he was the head of the coat making division for Botany 500, which was the best suit you could buy off the rack when I was a teenager. He was the head of the whole thing. He had 1,600 tailors that worked under him. He's a black man. That's how good he was. He's the one that told me about excellence, about mastering your craft, be a master of whatever it is that you do, And I came from a community with people who, for instance, dismiss Dr. Du Bois's concept of the talented 10th. They completely misunderstand what he's talking about. If you want a good analysis of what he meant, read my book, Reconsidering the Souls of Black Folk. A book that I did with Stanley Krauss. But Stanley Krauss, his stuff is under his name and my stuff is under my name. And my essay is 4/5 of the book. Basically, I wrote the book, and see what the talented 10th and what this was all about, So, I mean, Queen Mother, the community she comes out of, that's one of the things that Ashley Farmer points out in this book. There's a chapter called My People Were Proud of Themselves. And one of the things that Queen Mother used to tell me was about why the white communists didn't do better in the black community was because these middle-class white folks who coming up here with ideas about what the black proletariat is supposed to look like. And they come up there dressed all weird and slouchy, and black folk looking, they dressing to kill. So they wonder why these white folks come over here looking like that. So there's standards for how we record the past, and there's standards by which historians evaluate evidence. And this book by Ashley Farmer, and that's how we got into this whole conversation. This is a book that everybody who's interested in Queen Mother should read. It is a priceless gift because otherwise we would have no coherent portrait of her life. Think about that. This is the first really coherent portrait of her life. She's preserved her for history. She's preserved her. Everything you need to know about Queen Mother is in that book.
All right.
And before that, all you had was somebody here with them some memories, somebody there with some memories. This is the first coherent, full-scale biography done of her, and it is a priceless gift to us. That's what it is.
Ashe. All right. All right. Thank you, Baba
I'm
Playthell.
surprised nobody has any questions.
Well, we're going to go now to see.
With all the stuff I've been talking, and because, I have a reputation.
Do you hear us, brother?
I beg your pardon?
Oh, I was just wondering if you could hear us.
Oh
Yes,
yeah, I
we
can
did.
hear
And
you. Yeah, I can
Yeah,
hear you.
yeah, we're
just
going to
now,
go now to see if there's any questions or comments.
All right.
all right, excellent, excellent. Thank you for that. Again, wonderful aspects of historical context and reference. With that being said, let me open up the floor to see if there's any questions for those that are in the room with us in the yard. All right. Any questions or comments for Brother Playthell? Okay, no questions or comments, and for those in the room. Um, well, I have a question. I have a few questions myself. Actually, let me check on also in our YouTube to see if there's any questions there.
Okay, I hope I didn't put everybody to sleep.
Oh no, I mean if so, then folks already been asleep because you were dropping some heavy information and giving historical context and perspective. So yeah, definitely. All right. We got one comment from Sister J. Renee. Thank you for sharing. Can you share one of the most memorable moments that you've had with Queen Mother if you haven't already?
When she sat me down and told me, she said, when she set me in this big chair. The chair was a big wooden chair with armrests, like a throne-like thing. And she gave me this silver chalice with this wine, and she said, I want you to understand something. You have a special role to play. She said, you're special. She said, ordinary men deserve ordinary things, and extraordinary men deserve extraordinary things. And she just, elevated me to a way that I had never really thought of myself before. And that's one. The other one I told you about when she took me to this radical labor conference with steelworkers, and I saw her mesmerize all these white, blue collar steelworkers out in the Midwest. The other is when I saw her instruct Malcolm X on how to organize his movement. There were many moments with her.
All right. Excellent. Thank you for that addition. Hopefully that answered the question for you, Sister J. Renee. All right, thank you for your comment. Um, Let me come over back to those folks that are with us in StreamYard. I'm going to give another opportunity for you to ask a question or comment.
Yeah, I have a question. Yeah, first of all, well, thank you so much, Baba, for sharing those personal stories. I know I missed a portion of your sharing as well. It's actually interesting that you brought up the book because I was going to say that, reading the book, I still would like to sit at your feet and learn the personal stories of Queen Mother. So I'm glad you brought in conversation the book. I did have an opportunity to interview a couple times Dr. Ashley Farmer about Queen Mother Moore. One of the things that's most interesting to me, I've always wanted to find out more. She gave me some information, but I want to know if you had some information about, her, I don't know what you call it, retreat center that she set up in upstate New York, where it was a place for training. And
Yeah, I was talking about that, Mount Addis
I
Ababa.
missed that. I'm sorry.
Yeah,
All
yeah,
right.
Mount Addis Ababa. Yeah, we used to go up there
Mount-
all the time. And now, of course, looking back on it, I'm sure the FBI had everything bugged, because they knew we'd be coming up there. It would have been easy, to eavesdrop on us, to bug us, So I'm sure that in the FBI files somewhere there are transcripts, of meetings we had and whatnot. And we used to have Queen Mother used to tell us how when she was in the Communist Party, they would have these meetings and everybody would sit around and they would just be talking light talk, but they would be writing serious stuff, passing notes to each other, so that if anybody was eavesdropping, they wouldn't hear, you know. So we used to have, meetings and we would play John Coltrane and whatnot. And think, that the music would drown out our voices. We'd be sitting close to each other talking. Turns out they had instruments. They had electronic eavesdropping instruments, in which we didn't find out about until the church committee hearings, and then the Freedom of Information Act came out. We found out they had 10 volumes on us, and they got records of all the meetings we had and whatnot. You know, so to know how to get to that stuff, you know, is that's what the real science of the historian is, and Ashley Farmer did a fabulous job of that. But yeah, Mount Addis Ababa, we used to go up there and have classes, and we would take shooting lessons. You know, because Queen Mother's son was a former, he was a former marksman in the army. You know, he was in Korea. You know, and so he used to conduct these shooting classes. And I had been in the military. I knew how to handle weapons too. And we would have these classes on how to handle the weapons and how, you know, how to hit what you're shooting at. But I know these white folks must have been. I know because we would be wearing dashikis and whatnot. You know, we up in the Catskill Mountains. You know what I mean? All the white folks, we be wearing dashikis and playing drums and whatnot. I know they called the police. And when I think back over it, you know, I know they probably recorded everything we did. But yeah, Mount Addis Ababa, it was very, very important.
Thank you for sharing. I just also was just thinking about. I think you made some really strong points around the issue around the major, you know, slave insurrections that we know about and who played a role in them. Even if we go to Haiti, we also know that, you know, there were literally people that led the Haitian
they weren't real slaves. Yeah.
And though, could it also be true though that we do have some of our brothers and sisters who were close to the master, when I say the master, the slave
Well, man,
that also did kind of, you know, support that philosophy too.
Nothing is 100%, but I'm talking about as generalities. We're talking about generally as a class. You know, field Negroes versus he didn't name those specific people. He named classes, a class. Field Negroes versus house Negro. And I'm saying, have any of you seen the movie The Real State, the Free State of Jones?
No, I'm not.
Starring Mac. Well, you should see it because it's based on a real story, and it paints a real picture of what house slaves were actually like. The Free State of Jones, starring Matthew McConaughey.
Okay, yes, sir. Definitely check that out.
Now you see, people look at this character that Sam Jackson played in Django, that butler, right? Sam Jackson represented what historians refer to as what in the famous essay by Professor Stanley Elkins, Slavery and the Sambo Personality. People confuse Uncle Tom with Sambo and saying that they are very different characters. And most people don't understand that. Uncle Tom was not Clarence Thomas. Clarence Thomas is Sambo, right? A self-hating traitor. That's who Clarence Thomas is, and that's who the character that Sam Jackson played. Uncle Tom is a character from a book written by an ardent abolitionist, from an ardent abolitionist family, Harriet Beecher Stowe. Her brother, Henry Ward Beecher, the great preacher who wrote the 2-volume work, The Life of Jesus Christ, and whose sermons used to be auctioned. All of the major newspapers would pay to publish his sermons. His church over here in downtown Brooklyn was one of the stops on the Underground Railroad. Harriet Beecher Stowe based the character Uncle Tom on a real person named Josiah Henson. People should do some study. Josiah Henson not only escaped from slavery, but he founded a church in Canada for runaway slaves. Harriet Beecher Stowe was creating a character that would make people outraged about the system of slavery. Uncle Tom is a noble figure. Uncle Tom is a person who loved his people, but he was a slave. So you had to be subservient to get things done, just like Booker T. Washington. Booker T. Washington is the classic example of Uncle Tom in the post-slavery, in the post-Bellum period. And Booker T. Washington is one of the great leaders we had. When you look at everything he managed to do. And in the debate between him and Du Bois, I take Du Bois's position because Du Bois's criticism of Booker T. Washington was very specific. He didn't denounce Booker T. Washington altogether. You get The Souls of Black Folk. Read the essay of Mr. Booker T. Washington and Others, which was published in 1903. That's where he voiced his most extensive criticism. You know how the essay begins? It begins with one of the most impressive things that happened in the history of the South since the close of the Civil War was the rise of Booker T. Washington. That begins. And he gives Booker T. Washington his props. He just disagrees with his philosophy of education and his attitude toward political agitation. Something Frederick Douglass would also have disagreed with. But Frederick Douglass died the year that Booker T. Washington became the most prominent Black spokesman, 1895. Booker T. Washington ascended to leadership of Black America when he was invited to speak at the World Exposition of Cotton Growing States in Atlanta, where all the former Confederate states had an exhibition to show the world how far they had come since 30 years since the close of the Civil War. Uncle Tom, when first of all, it was the first blockbuster book ever published in America. And it was so influential, when Abraham Lincoln met Harriet Beecher Stowe in the middle of the Civil War, he said to her, "So you're the little lady whose book started this big war." That's what he thought of the power of Uncle Tom's Cabin. And all these people who are going around calling people Uncle Tom have never read the book. They don't have no idea what it's about. And Sambo, read Professor Stanley Elkins' treatise on slavery and the Sambo personality, and you'll see Clarence Thomas and his ilk. There's too much loose talk and not enough study. There's people who say, and the funny thing is, these activists love to say, those who refuse to learn the lessons of history are doomed to repeat its mistakes. Now, if you ask most of them where it came from, they wouldn't know. But that was a statement made by George Santayana, a professor of philosophy at Harvard when Du Bois studied there. But the thing they neglect to point out is the only way you can learn the lessons of history is if you tell the truth. You can't learn from a lie, no matter how comforting the lie may be, or how uncomfortable the truth may be. You can only learn from history if you tell the truth. That's the reason why these white folks are so confused and fucked up. Because they've been lied to all these years. If you go to C-SPAN American History Television, you can see two lectures of mine. One of them on W.E.B. Du Bois when the book came out, and the other one is a discussion of the rewriting of history, the revisionist history that rewrote to tell the real story of race in America. And it's a tribute to one of the great 20th century historians, Stephen B. Oates, who wrote, my presentation is on 4 biographies that he wrote that I call the magisterial biographies. To Purge This Land with Blood, which was his biography of John Brown. The Fires of Jubilee, which is his biography of Nat Turner. With Malice Toward None, which is his biography of Abraham Lincoln. And Let the Trumpet Sound, which is his biography of Martin Luther King. You're going to see revisionist history at its best. Read these. But you can read, you can see, I'm on a panel with 3 women historians who are all outstanding, and we're talking about the writing of history and what goes into the writing of history. So people who do these serious historical studies we owe them a debt of gratitude. If Carter G. Woodson had to fight. Carter G. Woodson, when he organized the Association for the Study of Negro Life and History, it was because he was trying to save us from genocide. He looked at what happened to the Australian Aborigines, what happened to the Tasmanians, what happened to the American Indians. So if they can make you a non participant in the history of the world, then you become expendable. That's what drove him. Am I still on?
Yep.
Y'all
You're
so
still
quiet.
here.
Y'all so quiet. I don't know whether y'all there or not. Yeah.
We listening intently, Baba.
Well, I mean, but the thing is,
Absolutely.
I could go on like this for hours. You know what I mean? When I spoke before the history department, this is when we had to chastise these white folks. So I told you when we first started trying to build this department, they didn't just walk out with open arms, but we had a hell of a team. You know, the person who chaired the committee, the person who recruited me to Amherst, was a guy named Mike Selwell. Mike Selwell is a Jamaican immigrant. He came here to go to Howard. At Howard, he got involved in the Black struggle. When he became the editor of the Hilltop, the Howard newspaper, because he's a great writer. As a matter of fact, have any of y'all read the autobiography of Stokely Carmichael?
No, sir.
No.
The autobiography of Stokely Carmichael is the best single book on the World Pan-African Revolution in the second half of the 20th century, particularly the last third of the 20th century. The best single book. And it was written with my colleague, Mike Selwell, who's a great writer, and who recruited Stokely into the movement when he came to Howard. This is the, so it was Mike. Mike was the one who was the head of the committee. But we had people like Sharif Galal, for instance. Sharif Galal was a Central Committee member of the Algerian National Liberation Front, FLN. He was the aide de camp to Frantz Fanon. He worked very closely with Frantz Fanon. And he taught a course on how to make a revolution. You understand what I'm saying? We wasn't jiving. We had, we studied Fanon. We were studying all when we created this department, among other things, we wanted to be a haven for freedom fighters from around the world, Black world. Walter Rodney, for instance. Walter Rodney stayed at my house for 2 weeks before he went back to Guyana and was assassinated. I had a farm. I had a 400-acre farm. He just stayed out there and, relaxed himself. Get off to David Sabeko, the leader of the Pan-African Congress of South Africa. Now, he wasn't a leader. Sobukwe was the leader, but he was a close aide to Sobukwe. He stayed at my house before he went to Angola and was assassinated. I worked with him on the art of public speaking, and he became one of the great public speakers, one of the great speakers on behalf of the South African struggle. This is what we built in Amherst. Black studies departments now are mostly just academic institutions. And I'm not taking anything away from them. That's important. That's what it should be. But there's a National Black Studies Conference coming up. And a couple of people have approached me about speaking to them. Because, I really feel like they're all my progeny. We founded the Dubois Department, first degree granting department in 1969. That's over 55 years ago. So I see all these young people now who are in Black studies and whatnot. It began in Amherst. But the thing, if I speak to them, what I want to say to them is this. There's a fascist movement in the United States. MAGA is a fascist movement. Look at what the policies of the Trump administration are. They're trying to undo everything we've done. And so, what professors of Black studies need to understand in universities today is that just being a great academic, just being able to do great research and write beautiful treatises, that's not enough. They're going to have to learn how to struggle. They're going to have to learn how to fight again. The department that actually Farmer was in was one of the most impressive departments in the country. They had 50 members. 50, you know, that research center they done. It's all been dismantled now. The governor dismantled it after last semester.
So when you said Foreman, was that James Foreman?
When? No,
Oh, okay.
no, James. I only met James Foreman briefly. You know,
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. I said farmer. I was
Oh,
actually
Farmer. Okay.
referring to
Mm-hmm.
actually farmer. Yeah,
Okay.
that thing they had that thing they had that great department that they
Okay.
had down there. But you see, the thing is, let me say this too. Queen Mother used to always talk about sectarianism. One of the most important lessons she taught me, and she taught me this early on, was about the nature of alliances. I'm still governed by that. She told me, she said, listen, the reason you have alliances is because y'all don't agree on everything. If you agreed on everything, you wouldn't need an alliance. You would all be in the same movement, organization. She told me, she said, look, let's say you and I are trying to get to point D. And here's some people over here we all starting from point A. We want to get to point D. And here's a group of people over here who are only interested in getting to point B, but they're fervent about it. You know, they're willing to struggle to get to point B. So we form an alliance with them to get to point B. Then when we get to point B, we run into another group of people who just want to get to point C. So we join them to get to point C. Until finally we reach the group, the group that's trying to get to point D like us, and we end up getting to our goal. Now, she said, to me that, we have no permanent friends, no permanent enemies, permanent interests. Alliances don't mean you love each other or agree with everything you say. Alliances are mutual beneficial associations. And she's the first one to quote Lenin to me when Lenin said, politics makes strange bedfellows.
Mm-hmm.
Sometimes you will find yourself in bed with people that you violently disagree with. So let's take the last election. I have yet to, I've been chastising these people with this point of view since 2000. I started with when they refused to support Al Gore and supported Ralph Nader instead and helped elect George Bush. I wrote a 4,000 word essay called On Choosing the Lesser Evil. Some idiot told me that he couldn't vote for Kamala Harris because because she didn't oppose the treatment of the Palestinians, and if you choose, he couldn't vote for. It didn't matter that she wasn't as evil as George Bush. As Donald Trump. If you choose the lesser evil, you're still choosing evil. And you know what Queen Mother would have said about that? She would
What?
say this guy should go join a sanctified church somewhere. He has no business in politics. He has no business in politics. You got to be in politics. You got to be objective, and objective means, first of all, politics is the art of the possible. Okay, that's where it begins. What is possible? If it's not possible, it's not politics, and we don't even need to discuss it. And Queen Mother used to shout at you. She listen. That's counter to what we should be doing. Counter. She was not a general teacher. And she didn't suffer fools gladly. And she would shout at us and whatnot. Because she'd been doing this stuff so long. We start talking and she could answer the questions before we even get them out. And I asked her, I said, how can you do this? She said, because I've been at this so long, I've heard all the arguments. I don't have to listen to you prattle on. I can tell from where you started from where you're going to end. We can go ahead and just go right to the point and be done with this. But the thing is, look, let's take this last election. First of all, Kamala Harris was the vice president. She didn't have anything to say about foreign policy. You expect her, the vice president, to come out and denounce the president? What would her political chances have been then? Now, here's the problem. Here's the point. The Palestinians are no better off with Trump. They're worse off. And that wasn't hard to predict. All you have to do is look at what Donald Trump stands for. He put his son-in-law in charge of solving the question. A guy that has no experience of real estate, who went over there and looked at the Gaza and said this would be some great beachfront property. You got real estate speculators trying to negotiate this complex problem. Problem that Dr. Ralph Bunche won the Nobel Prize for negotiating. Now, okay, so you're not helping the Palestinians, by not voting for Kamala Harris. You're enabling Trump, and they're going to be worse off under him. So we can put that aside. That's not a reason not to vote for her. Let's look at the other questions. None of the things that are happening to us now, all these horrendous things, these attacks on our voting rights, the destruction of DEI, all the things we fought for in the last century are being dismantled. None of that shit would be happening if Kamala Harris was president. None of it. And anybody who can't see that they made a mistake by not supporting her is a fucking idiot. And I have no sympathy with them at all. First of all, at 20 years old, I was an armed Maoist revolutionary. I'm 84 now. I've never stopped studying, never stopped thinking. So there's nothing anybody can tell. This is like the way when I first met Queen Mother. There was none of us. There was nobody around who could challenge her credentials as a radical activist. And there's nobody around who can challenge mine. And I've had to chastise some people too. You should read my open letter to Cornel West. Just Google Playthell Benjamin's scathing open letter to Cornel West. Read my open letter to Dr. Tony Montero. Ishmael Reed, who wrote the book, Writing is Fighting. After he read those two things, he called me up and said, listen, man, if I ever do anything that offends you, please let me know. Because I do not want to be a subject of one of your open letters. You know what I'm saying? Because they're cold-blooded, but it's the truth. And none of them have stepped to me. None of them. I smacked them all around. None of them have stepped to me. And my attitude is, I said it, I meant it, and I show up anywhere and represent it. There's a lot of poseurs out here, people posing as radicals who really don't have a superficial understanding of politics. Politics is the art of the possible. And you always choose the lesser evil.
On that note, really quickly, brother Playthell, I wanted to ask on that note, what was your perception with the runners Jill Stein as well as Claudia De La Cruz?
Well, first of all, I think that I like the way that Mondami and them are going about this democratic socialists, because I'm one, and I've been one for a long time. But Joe Stein, them in that Green Party, they helped elect Trump. As simple as that. They helped elect Trump. Now, I know they don't like to hear that, but it's true. You can look at the margins of victory. See that it's true. The
So you saying that they split the vote?
the objective should have been the defeat of Donald Trump at all costs. All right, let me give you an example. These so-called leftist revolutionaries here, progressives, they're so politically pure that they can't form an alliance with the Democratic Party to defeat Trump. Yet the Soviet Union, the nation that gave the world the communist state, they formed an alliance with the worst capitalist imperialists in the world, the United States, England, and France. Because the number one issue was the defeat of the fascist axis. Whatever disagreements they had with each other, Hitler and Tojo and Mussolini posed a problem for them all. So even with their great differences, they came together and defeated the fascists. Now, this is real life. This is real politics. This is real life and death. If people who are involved in real life and death situations, who have those kind of differences, can come together to defeat a common enemy, I'm supposed to listen to these little poop butts walking around here pretending to be revolutionaries, and they so pure they can't unite with the Democrats. Listen, what Mondale and them is doing is the smartest thing anybody's done. The Tea Party, people laughed at them, but they took over the Republican Party and expelled the establishment, and now the Republican Party is an instrument of their will. That's what the left has to do with the Democratic Party, not start these little silly third parties and whatnot. They're not going to get anywhere. Nobody in the United States of America, there's only two parties that's going to hold national power: the Democrats and the Republicans. If you want to make any kind of change, you're going to have to make it through one of these parties. That's the first thing they need to accept and grow up and accept this.
Wow,
Listen,
thank you for that addition.
listen, let me tell you something. You know, the first person who tried to organize a third party was Theodore Roosevelt. Theodore Roosevelt was white, male, a war hero, the symbol of white virility, a cavalry officer. He tried to organize a party. He was the hero of the Battle of San Juan Hill. He tried to organize a party called the Bull Moose Party, and it didn't get nowhere. And now some obscure blacks that nobody don't even know, or Hispanics, so we're not going to come up with a third party that's going to challenge these parties. It's nonsense.
Wow, thank you for that historical context. I have one more question for you, Baba.
Yeah.
I wanted to ask, just to shift gears really quickly, what your opinion was. Now, you mentioned it briefly, you touched on it, but as far as Black masculinity is concerned, what do we need to examine, understand, and embody as it pertains to divine Black masculinity? And when I'm talking about divine Black masculinity, I'm talking about in the context of positive, progressive, poignant, professional, patient, passionate, and powerful Black men.
Well, there's few men like that of any race. You do understand. That's a very high standard to meet. It's interesting to me, the standards that we set for ourselves at times. Like, for instance, I hear people lamenting the fact that there's that the Africans haven't all united together in the whole continent into this unity, this unified, Pan-African. But Europe hasn't done that either. And Asia hasn't done that either. The idea that Europeans so love each other, well, that shit is recent. You read the history of Europe. They're constantly at war. Constantly at war. Remember, these nuclear weapons was designed to drop on some more white people. They ended up dropping it on some brown people because Hitler had surrendered before the bomb was ready to go. But they really, the real target of the atomic bomb was the Nazis. So this idea, so here you got a continent like Africa where people act like they think Africans are all loving each other and living in harmony before the white man came. If that had been true, Africa would not have been able to be subdued the way it was. And just the other day, a couple of days ago, they had a big festival here, and these people were Senegalese. I had a cab driver who was from Cote d'Ivoire. Mind you now, he's from French Africa, West Africa, what have you. I asked him about it. He said, those are not my people. But, that's a reality. And if they feel like that about each other, how do you think they feel about us? And people who go to Africa and come back heartbroken and whatnot, it's because they went with unreal expectations. There's a group among us who are progressive, educated people, and we think the same wherever you find us, whether in Africa or the Caribbean or whatever. People like the people on this line. But we are exceptions. We're exceptions. Most people are very narrow-minded. They think, when you look at the history of this country, these Europeans who came over here, they weren't just welcome with open arms all the time. There was a lot of conflict. Lewis Tappan, one of the founders of the American and Foreign Anti-Slavery Society, he was a founder of one of the brokerage houses, Brad and Dunn Street on Wall Street. He was a big-time abolitionist, and he had this big mansion out in Brooklyn. And if you would read a book like Dr. Benjamin Quarles' Black Abolitionists, you will see this story. He was talking one day, and he said, I would much rather have a refined colored man like Frederick Douglass in my parlor for dinner than a sweaty, stinking Irishman. There's a book called How the Irish Became White. You should read what it was like for them. And Italians, the governor of Louisiana, around in the 1920s or 30s, said the Dagos are worse than the niggas. And they lynched quite a few of them in Louisiana. So these unreasonable expectations like that, like people who think that unity means that we're not going to have debates, rigorous debates, about what direction we should take or what we should do. No, that's not real, so, but the standard that you just set for Black manhood, say it again. I can't remember all of it. Say it again.
Okay, yes, and I didn't think it was that far fetched, but let me go back
No,
over
say it again.
Positive, progressive. Yeah, I'm saying it right now. Positive, progressive, poignant, professional, patient, passionate, and powerful.
Well, listen, you may not think that those are high standards to meet. You say, how many people do you know meet them?
Well, I mean, I would say at least 7 out of 10. Well, it's seven ones that I named.
Yeah, yeah,
So
seven out
at
of
least
ten.
at
Seven out
least
of ten. You're talking about 7 out of 10 among your associates.
I'm speaking on like a standard for us to strive to achieving. You know
No,
what I'm
I know,
saying?
but I'm saying that's a
Yeah.
very, very high. That's a very, very high standard. You know, people can be very useful and don't meet that standard. That's I'm just saying. You know, we shouldn't be disappointed when somebody don't meet that standard. That's a very difficult standard. I mean, what you described is somebody that's damn near perfect.
I mean, I wouldn't say perfect. Like, you could have. I mean, okay. Let me ask you this: which one of these categories do you think, or which one of these categories do you think are the most or the hardest to attain? Positive, progressive, poignant, professional, patient, passionate, and powerful.
Well, uh, I mean, taken separately, you know what I mean? Any one of them must be achievable. But taken all together, I'm just saying, you really got quite a guy there. You know, you got quite a guy. You know, if you meet somebody that meets all those standards.
I would say at least 4 out of the 7, right? But at least there's a
Positive,
marker. Yeah.
positive, progressive, uh, professional, uh,
Patient.
those those
Yeah. Okay,
those
that's four.
those those are achievable. What's and reasonable. And what's the other what's the other
Uh,
piece?
Patient, passionate, and poignant.
What do you mean by poignant?
I mean, as far as their thinking process and being able to articulate themselves, at a high level.
But you do understand that that's a very high standard for any group.
I do. It was a pretty high, but
And I'm not saying that you can't aspire to. I mean, like
right, right,
my grandfather used to tell me, "Jump at the sun, boy." You know.
right. That was the point of it. Sure, yes, sir.
Yeah. So, but the thing is that to realistically expect um, most people to meet that standard, you know, is I think it's it's if I'll just settle for brothers who are um, uh, good husbands, good fathers, um, reliable workers, you know, and community concerned with community affairs, community activists, and whatnot, politically astute, because the problem with a lot of folks here, white and black, is that they think they don't understand what a participatory democracy is. A participatory democracy means that you've got to participate to get the outcome that you want. And it's as much your responsibility as anybody else's. And for people who hang back and say, well, think somebody else is going to take care of it, well, why? Suppose everybody adopted the attitude that they have. Where would we be? So, I mean, I think I'm people who are for being politically astute, progressive, and professional, several of the other things that you mentioned, patient. Yeah. That's a pretty good guy.
Yes, sir.
You know, I have a son, and he's highly educated, hardworking, and dependable, and he's uh, not a political activist, but he knows who to vote for. You know, but he was on picket lines. His mother was a union organizer, so him and his sister they were on picket lines since they were little kids. So they're quite politically aware, of what is going on. But the thing is that people have to understand that, everybody, and they vote in every election, you know, and anybody who is counseling people not to vote, you know, people love to quote Malcolm X from different periods in his career. Oftentimes they quote things he said earlier in his career that he later rejected. Like, for instance, at one point, Malcolm said, that voting was a waste of time because, there was no difference between the Democrats and Republicans. Well, that's not what he was saying in his final days. There's a book called The Last Speeches of Malcolm X, edited by George Brightman. Get it and see what he was saying. I know what he was saying because I was around him. Malcolm makes a speech. He said, any Negro who does not register and vote is a traitor to his race. That's what Malcolm was saying in his last days. And they don't recall that. He talked about the need to organize block by block, to organize, to take control of the politics in our neighborhoods.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I had another question because this was something I've been wrestling with for some time. Uh, could you give a perceptual, just this, be able to get us to come to terms with the perceptual contrast of Du Bois as the black elitist?
All right, let me explain this down to 10th, because I see already you going off the rails.
No.
Right?
Let me finish the question. Let me finish. Because this is something that we're dealing with, you know what I mean? So I want to realistically determine how we want to address it and come to terms.
Du Bois,
Okay.
listen. Du
Well,
Bois.
let me give you the contrast real quick. Let me give you the contrast.
Yeah.
Because the early Du Bois, as perceived as a black intellect, a black elitist, and his early writings as far as certain ideologies with talented tips, so on and so forth, versus the later Du Bois that you referenced this evening, with some of the more progressive ideas, Pan Africanism, so on and
If
so
I
forth.
were to ask you to be specific about what you're talking about, you couldn't, because there's no evidence
Well, when I
for
read
what you're
the
saying. And
talented tenth,
let me finish.
yeah.
Marcus Garvey thoroughly misunderstood W.E.B. Du Bois. Marcus Garvey confused W.E.B. Du Bois with the mulatto elite of the Caribbean, which is another whole different kettle of fish. The mulatto elite of the Caribbean lived in a society where most of the people look like they just got off the boat from Africa. So their light brown complexions distinguish them. W.E.B. Du Bois grew up in Great Barrington, Massachusetts, one of the whitest places on earth. His mother was dark-skinned. She was a cleaning woman. His nickname all through his childhood was Black Willie. Right? Du Bois put a high premium on excellence, which is something that we need to duplicate now. You understand? Du Bois could have gone to Harvard when he came out of high school. He was one of the leading intellectuals, the most highest achieving students in the state. He went to Fisk. Why do you think he went to Fisk? He went to Fisk because he said, I wanted to go south to the land of slavery, where my people are. Nobody who reads actually sit down and read the souls of black folk can fail to see the deep love he had for black people. This is early on. This is 1903. But even by 1903, he had already co-founded the Pan-African movement, which he did with two Trinidadians, H. Sylvester Williams and Dr. Alcindor, in London in 1900. when Marcus Garvey was running around in short pants chasing fireflies in the fields of Jamaica. Garvey didn't even get here until, around 1916 or something like that. By then, Du Bois had co-founded the Pan-African movement. He co-founded the NAACP. And, like, I look at the snide attitude a lot of young people have toward the NAACP, but in this time, the NAACP was regarded as a very radical organization by white folk. And when you look at what the NAACP has actually done, there's no organization that has done more to advance black people in America than the NAACP. None. Thurgood Marshall made the comment one day. He said, Martin Luther King had a lot of demonstrations, but he didn't desegregate a damn thing. It's we lawyers in the NAACP that desegregated America. W.E.B. Du Bois, he made a decision very early on that the reason he was studying, the reason he was seeking excellence was to observe his people. Du Bois was one of the first Americans to study at the Kaiser Wilhelm Institute in Germany, which was then part of the University of Berlin. It was the leading university in the world, scientific university. That's where he met Max Weber, the founder of sociology, and he became America's first great sociologist. But on his 25th birthday, he was in Berlin. He'd already completed the requirements for his PhD at Harvard. He was just finishing, had some finishing up to do. And he was pursuing a doctorate in economics. And mind you now, at 24 years old, he could debate in 7 languages. That's something we should fucking celebrate. And on his 25th birthday, he took a vow. George Santayana, the great philosopher, tried his best to get Du Bois to become a philosopher because he had such a brilliant mind. Du Bois turned that down, just like he turned down the opportunity. He could have married a German aristocratic woman and stayed in Germany. That was none of the racism that we were experiencing here in Germany when he was there. He was there during the period that the Europeans called the Belle Epoque, the period between 1881 and 1914, the end of the Franco-Prussian War until the beginning of World War I. This is a period, Belle Epoque means the sweet years. This is a period of peace, prosperity, flourishing of science and art. He could have stayed there and had a marvelous time. In my book, I look at what his professor said about him. The only reason he didn't come back with a PhD in economics from Berlin, which was a very highly coveted degree, much more prestigious than his Harvard PhD, because the University of Berlin was a much older school and they looked upon Harvard as something of an upstart. Du Bois, on the 25th night of his 25th birthday, he made a portion of Greek wine, salt, and oranges. And he went through this ritual in which he dedicated himself to service to black people. All night long, he sang black spirituals, the sacred music of the slave community, which all these people who claim to be so interested in it, a lot of them now don't even know anything about those songs. I grew up singing them. It's the sacred songs of the slave community. It's what kept our people's souls intact. Du Bois would sing a spiritual and turn to the west. He would sing another spiritual and turn to the east. He did that all night. And with the rising sun, he sat down and wrote his commitment to life. He said, either I am a genius or I'm insane. But I shall emerge a mighty black giant, and kings shall bow before my scepter. I shall devote myself to the development of the colored peoples of the world, because I believe that in their development lies the development of the best of mankind. And if in this attempt I should perish, I perish. I wouldn't take all these academics together for one Du Bois. For one Du Bois. That oath that he took to life, he spent his life doing that. Now let's talk about the talented 10th, because this is all these idiots who talk about him being the leaders. That's what they always refer to, and they don't know nothing about it. They've never bothered to even study it. The concept of the talented 10th was introduced in the essay of Mr. Booker T. Washington and others. And what it is an argument in favor of a liberal academic education for the best and brightest among our kids, because Booker T. Washington's philosophy of education, white folks had embraced it, and that was going to be it. And that was industrial education, learning trades and whatnot. Du Bois said, Booker T. Washington, one of the reasons for his great success is that he was moving with the zeitgeist. That's a German philosophical term that means spirit of the times. He was moving with the zeitgeist. In an age of triumphant capitalism, he preached the gospel of work and money. He said Booker T. Washington's, approach to education might produce moneymakers, but it won't produce men. And the idea that if you look at the major passages of Booker T. Washington's speech at the World Exposition of Cotton Growing States in 1895, he said, in all things that are purely social, we can be as a part of the fingers of the hand. But in those things that are mutually beneficial, we can be one, essential to mutual progress, we can be one as the fist. We consider it infinitely more important that a colored man be able to make $1 in a factory than to spend $1 in an opera house just now. And the wisest men among my race understand that agitation on questions of social and political equality is the extremist folly. Du Bois called that speech the Great Atlanta Compromise. And his argument about the talented 10th, here's what he said. He said, all groups will advance to the extent that they produce great men. And we are not going to produce great leaders if we confine our education to the hammer, the horn, the plow. He said there's 1/10 of our young people who are capable of excelling in any university in the world, and he knew it because he was one of them. He had done it. Came from the bottom and went to the elite universities and kicked ass. That's somebody to be proud of. And these are poop butts making, snide remarks about Du Bois. They ain't well fit to shine his fucking shoes. And look at the reason why he ended up leaving the NAACP, an organization he helped found and created the great journal, the Crisis. Langston Hughes said when he was a boy, the Crisis was the most widely read publication in Black America. He said his grandmother used to keep her copies right next to her Bible. Go to the library and look at some of the copies of it. The Brownie books that he did for Black children and whatnot. The reason Du Bois ended up leaving the NAACP was because he wrote an essay called, Does the Negro Still Need the Negro School? He was very skeptical about school integration, as was Dr. Martin Luther King, for that matter. And Zora Neale Hurston wrote about it. Now, my feelings about it are mixed because I grew up under segregation. I went to segregated schools. The problem is that white folks control the purse, they control the money. They're going to give their kids the advantage. The advantage we had when I was in school, which no longer exists, is that there was nowhere else for talented, brilliant black people to go except in the public school system, because all these other avenues were closed off to them. Nobody, no high school students in America will ever have the kind of teachers I had. None. And the education I got was so sound. Like I said, I ended up founding an academic discipline. I've lectured at Harvard, the Sorbonne in Paris more than once. I've been twice nominated for the Pulitzer Prize, won a lot of other prizes. Had my work studied in journalism schools and whatnot. And the only education I have is that education I got in the black schools of Florida. High school, I went to Florida A&M for 1 year, which was, I thought I'd died and gone to heaven. There were so many gifted and talented black people around. Not like now. Now, a lot of the cream of the crop go to white universities now. But when I went to college in 1959, the best and the brightest kids in the state of Florida was at Florida A&M. And not just from there, from Africa, from the West Indies. It was a hell of a place to be. We had one professor, Dr. Anderson, a mathematician who was a consultant to the space program at Cape Canaveral. We had another one, one of the bandmasters, who was in the Selma Hall of Fame as a reed player. I forget his name right now. So Du Bois, he was, all for black institutions, he's all for, black schools, all of it. And he was as radical as anybody who came along. Marcus Garvey, any criticism of Garvey in certain quarters is like committing sacrilege. But nevertheless, the facts are what they are. And the fact is that Marcus Garvey was no equal to W.E.B. Du Bois. He was a talented, charismatic revivalist. That is, he was a talented mass orator. He was better at Du Bois than that. And he came to America at a time that was propitious for the kind of movement that he developed. Now, you will hear people say, and particularly a lot of misguided West Indians will say that Marcus Garvey introduced us to, pride in ourselves and pride. That's bullshit. When Marcus Garvey came here, black nationalism was damn near a century old. If you want to read the real history of black nationalism, read the works of Dr. Wilson Jeremiah Moses. He's the principal scholar. Read The Golden Age of Black Nationalism. Read On the Wings of Ethiopia. If you want to see the real history. When Garvey came here almost like around 1916 or something like that. Black Americans had actually settled in Africa in the 1820s, almost a century earlier. Founded the Republic of Liberia. Garvey never set foot in Africa in his whole lifetime. And not only that, but there's an interview that he did with the great J. Rogers, the person who started me in my researches into Black history. J. Rogers was a Jamaican, like Garvey. And when Garvey was exiled from his country and living in England, he interviewed Garvey. He interviewed Garvey in 1937. And he describes how Garvey just went off with rage when he read that them describing Mussolini as the father of fascism. He told Rogers, he said, I was the first fascist. People don't want to deal with that. Or the fact that if you look at the Garvey movement, as Harold Cruz was the first to point out that I saw, it's organized just like the British court. The Duchess of the Duke of Uganda, the Duchess of the Nile, all these British aristocratic titles. Garvey was what Dr. Wilson Jeremiah Moses called an assimilationist black nationalist. That's something most of y'all never heard of. An assimilationist black nationalist. That means that he was a black nationalist in the sense that he wanted black people to have their control of their own spaces, their own economy. But he was an Englishman. He wanted to produce Afro-Saxons. Wasn't nobody wearing afros in the Garvey movement. Wasn't nobody wearing dashikis. Look at the programs from Garvey's meetings. Sister so-and-so singing a selection from Rigoletto. And brother so-and-so playing, the Brahms violin, Listen, I don't have no problem with that because, I grew up listening to and performing all kinds of music. I had an aunt who was a classically trained pianist, organist, and choir master. I was singing the Bach B minor mass and singing the Moon Blows When I'm With You. So I'm not just, but I'm just telling you that Garvey was an Afro-Saxon. He was not a nationalist like in the 19th, like Stokely Carmichael, for instance. Stokely Carmichael became an African. And that's because by the time he went to Africa with people like Kwame Nkrumah and Sekou Touré, he recognized that these Africans had something they could teach him. Garvey and them thought only they had something to teach. Imagine the audacity it takes to declare yourself the Governor General of all Africa. And you ain't never even been on the African continent. That's why Garvey was persona non grata in the two independent African nations that existed at the time, Liberia and Ethiopia. Both of them, he was persona non grata, him and his followers were not allowed to set foot there. So, the real history of these things are much more complicated than people think, and Dubois, the idea of the talented test. Let me just say this: the community I grew up in was what shall I say? It was run by the talented test. They were the ones, the teachers, the preachers, the doctors, the dentists, what have you. They were the people who were the leadership of the black community, and they set the standards. And they set the standards high. People who talk about the black bourgeoisie and blah, 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 they forget all of the radicals of the 1960s were college students. And most of them went on to get PhD, either became professors or lawyers when it became clear there wasn't going to be a revolution. Huey Newton got a PhD. Max Stanford, Muhammad Ahmed, who organized RAM with me, he got a PhD. Bobby Seals is teaching Black history right now at the way he went to school at community college. Malana Karinga got 2 PhDs. Angela Davis, she's a philosophy professor. All of the top radical leaders went on to become professors or lawyer. Like Kathleen Cleaver, she's a lawyer. Because these were not street niggas who built this movement. 2 Chainz, Ice Cube, Tupac, those are not the kind of people who built the movement. We were all college students. And we read profusely. Most of these rappers don't read shit. We read all the time. We read all kinds of things. When I went to the University of Massachusetts to teach, I was shocked to discover that every faculty member had not read all 3 volumes of Mao Zedong's on protracted warfare. I had read so widely, I astonished these people. And that's what we did. You know, and if you look at Lenin, if you look at Mao, if you look at Trotsky, you look at Che Guevara, they all, you know, they were all intellectuals.
Okay, so I definitely have a question or a couple of questions.
Yeah.
So let me turn this off. So you mentioned, Baba, earlier that during a time period, it was really like zeitgeist, meaning for that time period, there were certain things that was pretty much, you know, the standard or the call of the day or what have you. So with some of the people that you just named, certainly for that era, for that time period, with them ultimately transforming into becoming intellectuals, because obviously they weren't that initially, even though some of them were students. But over the years now, because we're talking about, that was kind of like 50 years ago. So over the years, to now say what should it be today, even though at some period in time, yes, this particular practice or these particular practices did in fact produce certain advantages. However, a lot of those advantages have been taken away too. And so the institutionalization of us being able to develop further is still not there, except for a few. So you have something that Karanga did produce with Kwanzaa, and it was one other person. But the rest of the people that you name, there's nothing that was built to establish anything for folks to really proceed further. Now, given the fact that, yes, their words and their contribution.
Tell my students that. You know, tell, that's nonsense. You know what I mean? What we did was we trained black minds who went on to do all sorts of things. You understand? I mean, let me ask you this. What did the Garvey movement produce that was lasting?
Well, I'm not even going to go to the Garvey.
No, but I'm just asking you, what did the Garvey movement produce that was lasting?
Well, I mean, it hasn't been anything that anyone has done that was lasting, obviously, but at least when when people are said to have been trained, right? And when they have gone through these processes of obtaining skills, then certainly they should be in a better position to produce certain types of institutions. Now, again, when you talk about the Garvey movement, we're talking about early 1900s and so forth. So the people that you named, right, we're talking about, that's 50s, 60s. So the capability to build certain institutions at that time period certainly, had a better capability or possibility. Lastly, and this is the question, here's the question. So even because I was a student and then I came after what I call the good stuff. So I missed, the whole thing and read about it, learned about it, and believed a lot of stuff that I was told until I actually saw it up close and personal, right? Which, as you said earlier, turned out to be, somewhat, some of it was, miss, needless to say. But the point that I'm making is, if students today don't know anything other than what they are told, as I was at some point, then they go with what they're told until they find out otherwise.
Yeah, well, you see, I'm going to tell you, like John Hope Franklin said, great black historian in the 1960s, when all these people going around talking about, we don't know who we are. That's another thing that Malcolm helped propagate. We don't know who we are. We have no idea. John Hope Franklin said, if you don't know who you are, then that's your problem. You should go to the library because we have told you who we are. The historians have written it. You need to go do some study if you don't know who you are. So right now, you know what I'm saying, first of all, the problems that we're confronting in American society, are not purely racial problems. And to go for that, to see them as that only benefits the ruling class. Now there are racist issues we need to fight, but don't you see how many white people are out in the street when George Floyd was killed? How many white people are out in the street now demonstrating against no kings, demonstrating against what they're doing with the Voting Rights Act. We need to be thinking in terms of building progressive movements across racial and ethnic lines. That's what we need to be doing because we're facing some people. You think Donald Trump really give a shit about race? I have a piece online called Game Recognizes Game. You should read it. I have a site called Playthell's Commentaries.wordpress.com. You should read it. You know what it is? It's a piece I wrote about a party I went to that Donald Trump gave. Right? And this is when both of us were in the boxing business, because I was in the boxing business for a minute. And Donald Trump had bid on the fight between Mike Tyson and Michael Spinks. And I was directing public relations for Butch Lewis Productions, who had exclusive rights to Michael Spinks. That's how I happened to go to the party. But at the time, Donald Trump was in the news all the time and whatnot. So I thought, okay, let me. I'm going to pay attention to this guy. I'm going to just watch this guy, and I'm going to write what I see. I'll write a piece about it. So that's what this piece, Game Recognized Game, is about my impressions of Donald Trump. And when I went to this party that he gave, he was kissing Donald Trump's ass all across the floor. I have pictures of them together. You could see him looking like he's looking at his hero. Don King was everything Donald Trump wanted to be and is not. Donald Trump likes to say he's a self-made man. His daddy gave him $200 million. Don King's father was killed in an industrial accident when he was in his teens. And he's worth a few $100 million that he made on his own. And Trump was clearly in awe of him. The impression I wrote about Donald Trump, and the 3 pieces online, the impression I wrote was, I said, this guy is as shallow as a dry creek bed during a drought. That's the way I described him. And when I saw him running for president, I thought it was a fucking joke. I didn't think there would be anybody dumb enough to vote. As a matter of fact, this piece I'm writing right now, that's when I'm just got through writing those lines, that the election of Donald Trump twice represents a failure of American democracy as conceived by the founders. Amoral fool, James Madison said when they got to doing the Constitution, they said, Mr. Madison, you created a system with so many checks on power, a tyrant can't possibly rise. And he said, without leaders of virtue, no system can save you from tyranny. And here you have a leader. I have a 6,000-word essay online called The Unvarnished Truth. Donald Trump shares many of Adolf Hitler's vices, but none of his virtues. Okay? Trump is less virtuous than Adolf Hitler. And I got a 6,000-word essay online saying that. You see, they don't never say shit to me. I be waiting for them to come for me, but they don't never say shit. I wrote a piece on Abraham Foxman, the head of the Anti-Defamation League.
Right, ADL.
Mm-hmm. The title of it was on Abraham Foxman, Holocaust Denier. All right? And they ain't said shit to me. You know why? Because the Holocaust that he's denying is the Holocaust that happened to the Armenians.
Mm-hmm.
And because they made a backdoor deal with Turkey, saying to Turkey, if you block the Armenian claim, and Turkey said to them, if you block the Armenian claim of Holocaust, y'all got that. If you refuse to allow the Armenians to make this argument in the United Nations, we will support you in your conflicts with the Arabs. Because even though the Turks are Muslims, they're not Arabs. That's the deal they made. And they don't want that kind of stuff discussed. I think that they've taken the position, let's let this nigga remain in obscurity. I'm serious. I do. I think they said it's best, that we just leave him be. You know what I mean? Like they do with Gerald Horn. You don't see them jumping in Gerald Horn's face. Gerald Horn wrote a book called The Counter-Revolution of 1776. How provocative can you be? And they ain't said shit to Gerald. Because when they look at his argument, they don't want to give that no. They like to get these fools who say reckless shit,
Right.
reckless stuff that they can catch you out there saying some reckless shit. But if you know what you're talking about and you got an airtight argument and you really not, see, I'm really not an anti-Semite.
Mm-hmm.
Some of the most progressive people I've known, the most progressive white people I've known have been Jews. And some of the people who made the greatest contributions to Black studies are Jews. The first scholarly treatment of slave revolts was done by Herbert Aptheker, American Negro slave revolts. The early on when I went up to Amherst, we were having this meeting, and Henry Steele Commager, the biggest names in American history, he was chairman of the history department at the very prestigious Amherst College, and we over there, we having a meeting because we're trying to see if we can get there's 5 colleges in the area. We wanted to see if they would give credit to our Black Studies courses because we were the first Black Studies department, and they had a agreement among other departments. Like if you were an English major or you were in chemistry or something, and you wanted to take a course on Amherst campus, on Smith campus, or UMass, you could they would give you full academic credit for it. So we was having this meeting to see whether they were willing to extend academic credit to our courses. And Henry Steele Commager, like I said, one of the biggest names in he got up and said that he was suspect of our project because we wanted to name it after Dr. Dubois. And he said W.E.B. Du Bois left his academic estate under the executorship of Dr. Herbert Aptheker. And Herbert Aptheker is a communist. So I have to question his judgment because how could any intelligent person remain a communist after Stalin? So I heard enough of that shit. I just stood up, Professor Common, I'd like to clarify something. Perhaps you would understand it better if you understand why Du Bois would never have left his papers in your care. I said, you're famous for a 2-volume work, Documents in American History. It's 2 volumes, 2 million words. And there's not a word by Black Americans. Herbert Aptheker has a 2-volume work called A Documentary History of the Negro People, which is also 2 volumes and 2 million words. He intended to make it the same length as yours, and every word is by an Afro-American. That's why he would never have left. You are part of the problem. Your book, The Growth of the American Republic, you talk about the Native Americans as if they're part of the natural environment. Nobody would ever get the notion that genocide was taking place here. Genocide and massive land theft. But they just jollily rolling along, the pioneers. I told him, I said, listen, and as far as like Stalin is concerned and Hitler, I said, I don't know how you don't understand how anybody could be a communist after Stalin. I don't understand how anybody could be a capitalist after Hitler. And if you want to debate the relative sins of Hitler and Stalin, just say when and where. That motherfucker didn't say shit else to me. That's how I met Stephen Oates, the guy that I'm giving the tribute to on the C-SPAN American History TV. Stephen Oates came up to me. He had a shitty grin on his face, and he said, "Boy, I never saw anybody handle old Henry like that." So I went up there. We went up there and kicked ass. We went up there and humbled them white folks.
All right. All right, family. Well, as you can tell, we've had a very interesting and I dare say insightful conversation. And again, I'm very appreciative of Brother Playthell Benjamin for sharing his views, his information, and his experiences in particular. We always say to folks that we bring you information. It's up to you to do whatever you think you need to do with it. Okay, but what I want to do now is give folks the opportunity again to ask any questions or provide some comments, and then we're going to get ready to close this session out.
Well, just remember, I remain your obedient servant. You understand? So anytime you need me, just call me, and
I appreciate that, Baba.
I'm at your service.
And I want to put this on record. We definitely differ on a few things, but you know what I say about Black folks, there's a spirit there. And that for me supersedes pretty much anything. That when there's a genuine spirit there, then a whole bunch of other stuff is, in other words, we can always work through.
If we didn't disagree on anything, it would mean we were not serious.
I know that's right.
Yeah, so I'm not, it doesn't bother me. As you can see, my thing is I said it, I meant it, and I'm show up anywhere and represent it. Yes,
I know that's right.
I'm like Sugar Ray Robinson. Sugar Ray Robinson won 90 straight fights, and he said he got to the point where every night before he went to bed, he prayed that God would send him a worthy opponent, so he could show how good he really was.
Well, I'm gonna take it in another direction for you, and those who are from Philly will be able to appreciate this. See what Brother Playthell just said. That's a North Philly thing too, y'all.
It's a Philly thing, period.
That's right.
It's a Philly thing, period. You understand what I'm saying?
That's right.
I was born in Jefferson Hospital, right?
Wow. What?
I was born in Jefferson. I went to Philadelphia. I went to Florida when I was 5 years old because my father died. My father.
Right. I know you were born in Philly. And let me just give this little sidebar. As we were talking, today actually is the birthday of Baba Max Stanford, aka.
Oh, I didn't know that. I didn't know that was Max's
today. July 31st, 1941. Today
I didn't know that. I got to give him a call tomorrow.
Yep. Today is his birthday, so let him know we wish him happy.
I saw him a few months ago. Well, I'm going down there soon.
Okay.
And I'll go see him. He's in this home for assisted living.
Yeah. I'm in Philly.
Oh, you live in Philly?
Oh, what? That's why I said what I said about Philly. Yeah, I'm from Philly.
Well, I see when the thing came on, it said Jenkintown. I thought you were somewhere out in the country.
No, that wasn't me. That wasn't mine. Mine says Empress Chi.
Oh, okay, all right.
You remember we met when I came up to CMOTEP.
I know, and you gave that brilliant speech. I remember.
Oh, thank you.
I remember you.
Okay.
So when I come to Philly again, I have to see you.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, text me your number.
Hey, when you made your comment and said, "Oh, I like that," you did okay. I was like, I'm in the house now.
The thing is that Dr.
McIntosh
said something about how I would cover everything. And so I said, I couldn't agree with the speech that Sister Ed just made. Because she on top of some stuff that I need. She instructed me, So I was quite impressed because I'm not often instructed.
Yes, sir.
But I'm open to being instructed. It depends upon who I'm around. Yes. I have a dear friend who is a brother who chaired the committee of international engineers that actually designed the architecture of the internet. See, you got black people doing all kind of stuff that you don't even know about, and he's a Southern University product. That's where he first went to school in Southern, started. But we talk about, when I'm talking to him, I got questions to ask him because I'm asking him, questions about this whole AI thing, which incidentally poses a problem unlike anything we have seen before, and it means that we're going to have to really change the society. When you see the democratic socialists, they are a part of the hope for the future, because if we maintain this capitalist system the way it is, where a clown like Elon Musk can amass $1 trillion, you see where he plans to spend $120 million in 6 different districts to try and help these MAGA candidates win. That shit used to be illegal, until the Supreme Court ruled, on Citizens United. Now, let me say, my argument all along has been, since going way back to 2000, this is when I wrote the first piece on choosing the less evil. I kept telling them, listen, the presidents appoint the members to the Supreme Court. I don't know why that was so hard for some people to understand. Some people would say dumb shit to me like, "Are you expecting the Supreme Court to free us? Huh? You expecting?" That's neither here nor there. The fact of the matter is that whatever the Supreme Court says is the law of the land, and you put the wrong people on the Supreme Court. I mean, our history shows that. What happened? What happened to the Reconstruction? The gains we made during Reconstruction had a lot to do with a series of Supreme Court decisions, culminating in Plessy versus Ferguson in 1896. But Plessy versus Ferguson was at the tail end of a whole lot of a whole series of other reactionary decisions, chipping away piece by piece, like what's happening now. So, when we think about voting, first thing we should think about is which president are going to put progressives on the Supreme Court. Because you can talk all you want, but they got the power of the state. They got the armed might of the American Republic to back up what they say. I mean, there was a real big mistake, to allow all these Republicans, because we have a Supreme Court now that's largely, appointed by Republicans, and some of the things. I mean, who would have thought that women that Roe versus Wade would be overthrown?
Well, I mean, I would, because just like what I've realized is a lot of times when things are given within a period of time, it's taken away. So there's a history.
I mean, there's some things people think of as settled law, like, for instance, Brown versus Board of Education. We would be shocked to no end if the Supreme Court suddenly decided that Brown was wrongly decided, because that would mean then the segregation would be legal again. And when you look at the Voting Rights Act, I mean, this just shows you how important the Supreme Court is. If you read the 15th Amendment to the Constitution, and I have it right here in front of me, if you read the 15th Amendment to the Constitution, it's clear about the right to vote. I mean, it's very clear. There's nothing ambiguous about it. But they have made it ambiguous. They come up with all these different things until now, it's very clear that, I mean, the South went through all kinds of things, the grandfather clause, the poll tax, the white primaries, all that. We had to fight to get all of that stuff overthrown in order to exercise our right to vote under the 15th Amendment, which should have been settled when it became a constitutional amendment. That's why they fought so hard to make it an amendment. So it couldn't be reversed easily by politicians, you know. But they just kept chipping away and chipping away. And like here now with the Voting Rights Act, the Voting Rights Act came out of the actual experience of people trying to vote. And they saw all the different devices that they use. And so the pre-clearance clause in the Voting Rights Act, which says that in any of these states where black people have historically been denied the right to vote, if they want to make any changes in election law, then they have to ask permission. They have to make out, a brief. You understand? And submit it to the Justice Department to show cause why they should be allowed to do this. You know, but when in the Citizens United case, well, that's not Citizens United. That's another one that led to this. The Citizens United case is the one that made it possible for Elon Musk to just spend all this money, just literally buy elections. And election law came in. A lot of these election laws, the election financing laws, came into existence because the rich were buying up the politicians. So, but what it means is this: we have to remain ever vigilant. You know, every generation must be prepared to fight for what it has. It can't be taken off. You know, taking time off. Everyone, we got to be ever ready to fight. The struggle continues.
Wow, a luta continua. I certainly
Yes,
agree.
yes. So
All
text me
right.
your number. This has been marvelous. I've enjoyed it. You know.
Oh, good thanks. We appreciate you taking the time to share with us. You've given us a lot of food for thought, I can tell you that. We will
Well,
be having.
you listening to 64 years of study.
Hmm. Wow.
64 years of study and arguments with all kind of learned people and whatnot.
Hmm. Hmm.
Now,
That,
excuse me. I'm not sure if you have any time to. I got one more. I got one more thing. I don't know if you got
I
time to
can't I
address
can't
it.
hear you. I can't hear you good. I can hear you, but not clearly.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Okay, I was saying now. I had one more. Well, actually, like another instance I wanted uh, to bring to your knowledge base. But I'm not sure how much of this you actually have time to answer. But I just see if I could put it out there for a moment to see if you can just touch base on a few points before we close out for this evening. Um, Now, Saint Queen Mother Moore talked about Negroism, right? And so I wanted to try to touch base on that as far as because we talk.
Even now I can't use the term Queen Mother. So Queen Mother drilled at it be so. Queen Mother told me, here's how first day she told me about the Negro syndrome. This girl that I was considering marrying when I met Queen Mother, that I was very involved with. Elambe Brasner was coming down to Philadelphia to do their Naturally 63 show. This was when the Grand Dasa Models, when the whole Black and Beautiful movement was just developing. And they brought the show down to Philadelphia. And I had already started wearing an afro. But the woman I was with, she was hostile to all this. She told me when I started wearing, afro, she told me she kind of woman to say stuff like, I guess you're going to be wanting me to call you Ooga Booga soon, that kind of chick.
Mm, mm, mm.
She was good looking. She was real good looking, but she didn't have the sense God gave a goose. So when Queen Mother met her,
uh-oh.
at first, she didn't have much to say until I started talking about marrying her.
Mm.
And that's when she stepped into action. She told me, well, the thing is, when Elambe and them was coming down there with the Grand Dasa Models with all the afro hairstyle, she went to the beauty shop and had her hair freshly straightened that day. She said, if you think I'm going to walk around here with my hair looking like a Brillo pad, you're out of your mind. So when Queen Mother saw that, she told me, she said, listen, this girl is a committed Negro. She say, knee. She say, look at the word. She say, knee, from the Latin prefix, no, nay, never. So Negro, no, nay, never grow.
Mm.
She told me, she said, you know, that that's what she is, that's what she gonna be, you know what I mean? And there's nothing you can do to change it. She's a committed Negro.
Yeah. So in that reference, because I kind of wanted to touch base on that as far as it pertained to education, because I think it's a sharp distinction when we talk about the educated, and then what Carter G. Woodson posed as the miseducation of the Negro, right? And
have you ever actually read that book?
I haven't read it in its entirety.
Yeah, because that book is not about what most people think it's about. Carter G. Woodson had the same kind of education that Du Bois had.
Right, right.
And listen, and without it, he would not have been able to do the great work that he did. Carter G. Woodson went to Harvard, and he went to the University of Berlin, just like Du Bois. Right. And he was able to do all of that great work because of the superb training that he had.
Right. One of the things that I wanted to challenge with that is, as far as intellectualism is concerned, and education versus indoctrination. So in terms of capitalism, Eurocentric, patriarchy, neocolonialism, and the aspects of marginalization that comes with the educational system, and curricular regurgitation versus critical and analytical thinking, right? Because you yourself are autodidactic. So a formal education per se itself does not dictate or mandate your intellectual capability or prowess, right? So that's the thing I wanted to kind of touch base on and challenge.
Well, hold on 1 minute.
Yes.
Hold on 1 minute. I need to turn the light on here. Hold on. It's something I'm writing about that right now. Hold on.
Right, because I was thinking about the inherent bias as far as the traditional education system is concerned.
Yes, give me 1 minute.
And I was also thinking about folks within the movement who were not traditionally educated as well, such as Jonathan Jackson, Freddie Hampton, Ramona Africa, Baba Sekou Odinga, some of our ancestors in the present day revolutionaries.
Okay. 1 minute. What you're talking about, the indoctrination of students, and how that's used to bolster the power. This is Ishmael Reed commissioned me to write this essay for his journals, and he told me I could write as long as I wanted to. So
yes, sir.
He decided we're going to publish it in 2 parts. But the thing is, I deal with this question that you're talking about. How is a section called "The Crux of Our Dilemma: The Myth versus the Real America." And so I'm going to read a passage from it. Okay. Okay, this is the myth. With the drafting and ratification of the U.S. Constitution, those lofty principles were enshrined into law, the principles of the Declaration. And the government of the United States of America has enforced and defended these values ever since, while seeking peace with all nations, and serving as a shining example of personal freedom and a participatory democracy, the USA continues to represent a beacon of hope for oppressed peoples all over the world. This is a thumbnail sketch of the story that all Americans, in some version, are indoctrinated to believe. And I mean, this is a much longer section, but that's the last, the last part of it. It
Yes,
just
sir.
summed it up. It is no wonder that it's okay. I said this is a thumbnail sketch of the story that all Americans, in some version, are indoctrinated to believe and preach to the world with an impassioned self-righteousness worthy of evangelists. Indeed, these themes were celebrated in lavish commemorations all over the U.S. on the 4th of July, 2026. It is no wonder that the white nationalists and vulgar American exceptionists, especially the moronic MAGA maniacs, are quick to accuse anyone who challenges this view of, quote, hating America. And they are increasingly weaponizing these accusations, employing the powers of the state. While the MAGA view of America, endlessly elaborated in myriad versions, contains some truth, which is why it remains so effective as propaganda that appeals to the fascist-minded activist ideologues as well as the untutored mob, it is essentially a myth. Packaged and polished by media-savvy political operatives, propagated through a massive apparatus that includes social media and increasingly legacy media that can beam carefully crafted messages into the minds of millions, which is steadily being bought up by right-wing billionaires. These reactionary plutocrats aim to control public opinion and manufacture consent for their objectives, even when it is demonstrably against the interests of the struggling masses that support them. And when they join forces with the government, they possess the power to indoctrinate the masses that Dr. Goebbels, the minister of propaganda for the Third Reich, would salivate over. The recent acquisition of the massive Paramount conglomerate, which owns CBS, by the ardent Zionist Larry Ellison, is a striking case in point. By appointing Dr. Barry Weiss, who describes herself as a, quote, Zionist fanatic, as director of the News Vision, one of the most reliable news organizations has been turned into a propaganda organ serving the political objectives of its owner. One of Dr. Weiss's first acts was to dismantle 60 Minutes, arguably the finest investigative journalism organization in the news business. Alas, the days when Walter Cronkite, the longtime face of CBS News, would sign off the air, and that's the way it is, which listeners accepted as gospel, are over. With no one in the news media who can command such public trust, and the endless babble in the unmediated forums and chat rooms of social media, objective truth is becoming an illusory thing. And amidst the swirl of confusing prattle, reality becomes whatever the, quote, stable genius, aka devious Don McCann, says it is. The fact that America, which was once viewed by multitudes around the world as the hope of a brighter future for mankind, even with its transparent flaws, because it was believed to be evolving into something closer to its lofty ideals, has instead devolved into a nation that twice elected a president who is an amoral, ignorant, pathological liar, a certified psychopath who suffers from malignant narcissism and paranoia, and placed the doomsday codes at his command, imperiling the fate of the earth. This is irrefutable evidence that the American experiment with constitutional democracy based on the principle of the Enlightenment has failed. It remains to be seen if we can survive the second coming of the Antichrist, which is close to 3 years, without setting the world aflame in the short term via nuclear catastrophe, or in the long term through global warming, which Donnie Dimwit has denounced as a hoax, despite the concurrence of the world's leading climate scientists. And he's taking actions against the advice of these experts, which, if fully realized, can defeat the best efforts of mankind to save our planet, thus preserving the miracle of life. The compelling question begged by this hard reality is, how did a nation founded on universal humanist values that prize life lived in the pursuit of happiness become a menace to the world? Planetary enemy, number one. This is the question that part two of these ruminations on the meaning of America the reflections of a discontented native son whose people rose up from the chains of slavery and became the most imitated people in the world, shall endeavor to answer. That's the end of part one. But earlier I deal with the schools, you know, and how, they're structuring the curriculum to present, a particular point of view. But
Yes,
before
sir.
that, I show how fascist, this is what all fascist governments, all fascist societies do. They take over certain institutions and whatnot, and I lay it out here in this piece, you know. But we're on a very slippery slope right now, and there are a lot of white folks who are being hurt. The what they would love to do is to make this a race issue and have white and black people who are suffering from the same problems fighting with each other instead of fighting against the capitalist elite, the plutocrats. And that's a trap we must not fall into.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yeah, because I just wanted to, I was wrestling with as far as education and intellectualism, but the indoctrination parts of it, and the Negroisms that are underlaid within some of these teachings, and how we can, I think one of the most important
But see, you
aspects.
have to be more specific. I have to know what you're talking about. When you say
So,
Negroisms, I mean, that's too vague. What exactly are you talking about?
well, I'm talking about in the form of indoctrination with capitalistic, Eurocentric, patriarchy, neocolonialism.
All right, and those are a lot of terms. Um, First of all, um, it's not just us. You know, that's the ethos of the society. Everybody being, and the people who've been fighting against patriarchy the most, have been women and largely white women, who've been fighting against the patriarchy. Um, the As far as capitalism is concerned, until we uh, get a uh, democratic socialist society or something, capitalism is going to dominate the ideology of this country. That's what all the institutions are designed to support capitalism, and that's why you see, for instance, this sharpening attack on the left. I mean, Trump is talking hysterically. He sounds like Joseph McCarthy sometimes. I mean, calling Mondami a communist, for instance, there's a big difference between a democratic socialist and a communist. A
Right.
big difference. But most Americans don't know the difference. And trying to explain to them is a complex task. So the best hope is that a lot of young people now, the people who support Mondami and these young democratic socialists, they're not products of the Cold War. Trump is 80 years old. You know, they're not products of the Cold War. They didn't grow up thinking the communists was going to take over all the time. So what they're looking at is what these people are actually advocating. You know, and their position is, well, if that's what communism is and whatnot, I've been lied to, and they making choices based upon their reality. So but I mean, capitalist values are all in this system, and if people want to have um, public forums and whatnot and criticize it, that's been going on for a long time. But any school teachers in any of these schools that openly criticize capitalism, uh, their days are going to be numbered.
Right, right. So that's the kind of contrast that I was talking about as far as education is concerned, because a lot of people are being trained as far as being indoctrinated and not really being armed and empowered to really combat some of these systems of control. So like wrestling with those concepts and ideas as far as like the inherent, such as, the inherent type of bias of the school systems. Most of the people of black and brown, so forth, cannot afford, types of higher education. Therefore, they're deemed as, unintelligent. And like I said, you yourself are autodidactic. So I mean, having a formal education does not necessarily, for the most part, it does not determine your intellectual prowess, right? Or
Well,
your
yeah, but
intelligence.
I would not advise any young person to take the path that I took. I would advise them to go to school and get as many academic degrees as they can get. That's what I would advise them to do.
But then, how do they avoid being
I am an
indoctrinated?
exception, not the
Mhm.
rule.
Yeah, but how do they avoid being indoctrinated and being turned
Well, let me
into a
ask you a
school
question.
system? Yes.
Let me ask you a question. All of the people who made the movement came through these schools. All of them.
Well, I named a couple of
Do
people.
you know who
Yeah.
Ben Davis was?
No, I don't.
Well, Ben Davis, you should read Gerald Horn's book on him. Ben Davis was one of the leaders of the American Communist Party in the 40s and 50s. He's the one that won 2 seats in the city council running on the Communist Party ticket. That Queen Mother was his campaign manager. He went to Amherst and Harvard. Paul Robeson, one of the leading radicals. Paul Robeson went to Rutgers and Columbia Law School. This idea about, education is going to look, you get an education, you can figure out what's what later on. And now there's more chance to get an education that incorporates a lot of these things that wasn't available to us. They're there now. And they should take advantage of it.
But on the
there's
flip,
no but there's but I have but there's no there's all of the radicals were highly educated. Just like all of the people who planned the slave revolts were literate.
but
Because ordinary people don't even think about the kind of shit you have to think about to make a revolution.
Well, only because they haven't been privy to the information, but that doesn't mean they have to be traditionally educated. So, like, as far as like Queen Mother Moore herself, I'm talking about people like Jonathan Jackson, Fred
Yeah, but
Hampton,
I mean,
Ramona
listen,
Africa.
I've already admitted that I'm one of them, but I'm telling you that's not superior to the formal education system. It is not.
Well, I would say in terms, of independent type of educational systems, because I think this is a far cry to be able to develop out of that sort of staunch indoctrination. Because
Let me
most
tell
of
you
the
something.
intellectuals,
Listen,
most of the people that go to
listen.
college, they don't really think about being revolutionaries or changing the system. They think about being capitalists and businessmen and so on and so forth.
But listen to this. Well, some people want to do that, and other people don't. But listen, here's the thing. All of the important works about which that we can consult to learn about who we are, what we're up against, all of them. The most important. Look at Gerald Horn. Do you realize Gerald Horn has written almost 50 books?
yes, I'm familiar.
And when you look at them, I mean, these are all books and critical books about us. Gerald Horn is a graduate of Princeton and Columbia. He got his undergraduate degree from Princeton and his PhD from Columbia. He couldn't do that kind of work without that kind of training.
One thing I would argue though is if we can develop our own institutions, so we can train our own people, so we can have.
Hey man, listen, we already had we did that 100 years ago.
But it's fair. We haven't done it in a long time. There's not the institution that exists today.
We still have those institutions. What we need to do is support the institutions we have.
I agree with that.
The black colleges are still there.
Well, a lot of black colleges indoctrinated also.
Let me tell you something, man. You put two, I keep telling you over and over again, you keep talking about it, doctor, and I'm telling you that all of the people, all of the radicals, all of the people that produce the material that you read and the reason you even know about some of this stuff, all of the people who organized the movement since slavery, all of them have been educated. There's no argument to be made against. There's no argument to be made against education.
No, I'm not talking about education itself. I'm talking about the form of education that most people are receiving as far as
but it's the same kind of education that you're talking about.
But the people that you're naming, they are the exception, not the rule. Most people just go along to get along, become businessmen, become high level capitalists, so on and so forth.
So you think
Most of them
you
is not-
think you think you think you think that being a businessman is a dishonorable thing for a black person to do?
No, I'm being a Negro businessman is.
What do you mean by Negro businessman? What's the difference between
I'm talking about
listen?
people.
What's the difference between a Negro businessman and a black businessman?
Well, one is interested in themselves, capitalism, being the richest person alive. The other one is interested in actually building a community, building nations, and
How many successful business people you know like that?
Not many.
Let me
That's
explain
for
something
sure.
to you, man. Listen, when Johnetta Cole's family organized the Afro-American Insurance Company, that was a service to the black community. When black folk built American Beach, you should read the book American Beach about the Negro businessmen of Northeast Florida and what they did. The Negro businessman who built North Carolina Mutual. The Negro businessman who built the Pittsburgh Courier, which was a national black newspaper, the likes of which we don't have anymore. And there's a reason for that. But I'm saying to you, people's political ideas occur in various ways, and I mean, you'd have to show me where whoever these people are you think are the ones who got the right kind of education. Let's compare their work to the people who got the traditional education. You talk about Jackson, or any of these other dialects. Their work does not they don't have any work to compare to Gerald Horn or Wilson Jeremiah Moses. These people talk about black nationalism, but they don't really know much about it. Read Wilson Jeremiah Moses, you'll get a revelation. And Wilson Jeremiah Moses is highly educated, studied in Germany and everything. Education gives you the tools to work with.
So we need to really look at doing some other sessions because I don't want us to not, continue. So I'm hoping that Baba Playthell, you will
I told you I'm your
allow
obedient servant.
Okay. Yeah, we need to do some other sessions because this is so necessary.
Anytime.
Okay.
Anytime.
Okay. I just want to make one quick comment and then we're going to get ready to close out. And it is that, dude, we got to have more of these conversations. But I just want to say that, of course, people like J.A. Rogers was not formally educated by the system. So clearly, the capability to produce a certain type of mentality does not have to come out of being formally educated.
J.A. Rogers is one J.A. Rogers. Name another one.
Well, no, I'm just going to give you that one for now.
But I'm just saying,
J.A.
Rogers, you can't take exceptions. He's an exception.
Absolutely.
J.A. Rogers is an exception. There's nobody else like J.A. Rogers.
Absolutely. But I'm saying
there's a lot of people. There's a lot of people with PhDs in history and whatnot because you can train them. They have a program to train you.
Yes. And that's the point we were saying is that for the most parts, when you do the comparative analysis and also break it into percentages, meaning how many thousands go to these institutions and get formally educated and then do what? So the people
become responsible citizens, raise families, contribute to their community. That's what they do.
That tends to be more beneficial for whom?
Well, when you say beneficial for whom, what do you mean?
So if I get a pie and I get some few slices out of the pie, and of course it's beneficial to myself and whoever I give my pieces of pie to. But if the majority of the pie is benefiting from what I do, then again, who is it actually, in the bigger scheme of things, who is it actually benefiting?
Well, let me just say this. the average person is not equipped. Most people are trying to live their life. You know what I mean?
Mhm.
And if they're
Mhm.
being responsible, sitting raising good black kids and whatnot, helping to create, a stable black community, that's quite a contribution. You know what I mean? And everybody is not a saint, and everybody is not going to be a revolutionary leader. And these people, when people talk about what they should do, how much the black bourgeoisie they don't have that much money. It ain't like we got a lot of Elon Musk or that kind of stuff around. That there's some rich black, like all them rappers, all that money they make and whatnot. Most of them squandered. But these are again uneducated people. You understand that? I don't know. When I was coming up, all the educated black people I know made a tremendous contribution to my development.
Well, Two Chainz
And
is a college graduate.
I
A lot
beg
of
your
these rappers
pardon.
are graduating college now. They put on these fronts, these shows as these caricatures in order to make money.
What kind of caricatures? What are you talking about?
I'm talking about like Two Chainz. He's college educated.
That cool?
He's a college graduated. Two Chainz.
Oh,
So,
2 Chainz is a college graduate?
Yes, sir. A lot of them are.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, I don't. Which other ones?
I believe Ice Cube was able to get his honorary degree. Lil Wayne.
Well, honorary
That's what
degree
he
is not.
graduated, but
Honorary
almost
degrees. Honorary degree is that honorary degree. It's not real deal.
okay.
But
Well,
anyway,
Lil Wayne is I'm not sure if he graduated yet, but he was going to college.
well, anyway, if they go into college, then they ought to get rid of that street nigga shit. You
No, but it
understand?
makes money though. They put on these caricatures because it makes money.
Which they think makes them authentic. You know what I mean? So I don't. There's certain things. When you talk about making money, there's certain shit. Look, I turned down a lot of chances to make money because I
Right.
wouldn't do certain shit.
That's the difference, though. A lot of
You know?
people, even college educated people, they don't turn down them chances. They
Yeah,
go and
yeah.
make the money
But I'm
because that's
saying,
how they've been trained and indoctrinated.
but I'm saying to you that everybody is not going to be a movement leader. We need some people. There's a whole lot of people who are movement leaders who like never got married or took care of the kids they made. Yeah, I could name some people like that. You know what I mean? There's something to be said for being a good, like take Barack Obama, for instance.
Oh gosh.
Well, yeah. Oh gosh, let's talk about it. Yeah. Oh gosh.
I don't know if we got enough
I think Barack Obama was a great role model for black men.
okay.
A great role model.
Can we?
And you want to argue about that? Let's argue about it.
No, we don't got time to argue about that
We need
tonight.
to get ready to close out.
Listen, let's get together another time. Listen,
Yes, sir.
hey, let's get together another time and argue about it because I want to argue about it.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
All right? Because listen, hey, I'm dying to argue about it. All right?
Yes, sir.
So anytime you want to call me to argue about Barack Obama, I'm down.
Okay. Yes, sir.
Okay.
I'll take you up on that.
All right. I dare you. I double dare you.
love it. I love
Yes,
it.
sir.
Double
All
dare you.
right.
Take me up on it. It'll be the worst decision you ever made in your life. Take me up on it.
I love it. I love it.
I
Yes,
got
sir.
a 450-page book coming out on Barack Obama.
Oh gosh.
And this
All
book,
right.
this book is a collection of essays I wrote about him in real time. I wrote 350 essays on Barack Obama.
Mm.
There's nobody who knows more about his political career than I do. And I got the written pieces to demonstrate it.
All right.
So anytime my position on Barack Obama is simple. He's the greatest president ever.
Oh God.
And well, who do you think was the greatest president?
Listen,
Who do you think?
we have gone now for 4 hours, y'all.
Who do you think was the greater president than him?
None of them. But anyway,
Okay,
we've gone for 4
so
hours.
listen, I'm just saying. So he's the greatest president ever. And he's a political genius, that's for sure.
God.
And the things he did, I will show you. people talk about dumb shit like, well, he didn't do nothing for black people. What the fuck you think when he signed? I'm sorry, I gotta watch my mouth. When he signed the first thing, what was the first thing Barack Obama did after he was elected president? What was his first act as president?
I can't remember.
And yeah, I know, because I know you don't know what you're talking about, because I can tell
I said I can't remember
from your
because
attitude.
so many things that
Well,
he's
let me
done
tell you what he
against
did.
black people. Like
Let
he
me tell
bombed
you
the
what he.
most
Let me
amount of
listen.
African countries in
Let
any
me tell
president
you
ever.
what he did. Let me tell you what he did.
I know he did that.
I beg your pardon?
I said I know he bombed more African countries than any
that's
president
bullshit.
in history. I know he
Listen,
did that.
that's nonsense. Listen.
Is that facts or not?
What I want you to
That's a
demonstrate
fact.
that to me.
That's a fact.
All right? Because that's bullshit.
That's a fact.
You know? All right,
It's a
well, then,
historical
if
fact.
you say it's a fact, present the facts.
I'll pull it up for you.
I want to see that. But let me take. But let me. Yeah, I would love to see that.
In presidential history.
I would love to see that. All right, your facts. But let me say this. I tell you what, the first thing he did was sign the nuclear arms, strategic arms treaty. That's what he won the Nobel Prize for. Do you think? Let me ask you a question. Do you think that the question of nuclear weapons is a white or black issue?
Not at all.
So, what is more important to black people than to keep from being blown up in a damn nuclear war?
I know you also signed a bill for
I'm asking you a question. What is more important than that?
No, we covered that. No, that's important. But
all right, now let me ask you something else.
I know you also wrote
no, let me finish. Let me go on.
Hold on. Let me interject real quick.
What is it?
I know he
I'm
also
telling you things he did to benefit black people.
I know he also
that was for everyone. That was for everyone.
Yeah, of course it's for everyone. You think so? What? So unless it's just for us, it don't count.
No, he did something specifically. He wrote legislation. He brought into legislation into action specifically for the LGBTQ community. He did that specifically.
He did what?
He put in action the legislation for LGBTQ people specifically.
So what?
So I'm saying he can do things for people specifically. That's what I'm saying.
They're a very important part of the Democratic coalition. Okay, so what? They should have their full rights.
So again, why did he not do something specifically for black
Barack
folks?
Obama did? And I want to talk about it. The second thing he did was sign the Lilly Ledbetter Act. Do you know what that is?
Please expound.
I'll ask you a question. Do you know what the Lilly Ledbetter Act is?
No, I don't know the Lilly Ledbetter Act is.
Hello?
No, I don't. Can you hear me?
Hello?
Can you hear me?
All right. That's that.
Can you hear us?
Yeah, no, his audio might have cut out again.
Okay. Well, see, it was time anyway.
Right, yeah.
That's what it was. Because it's been like 4.5 hours.
Yeah.
Yes. So, okay.
Yeah, we wanted to give him a call, let him know that we getting ready to close out and that his audio cut out.
That's the point.
Okay.
All right.
Yeah, I'm gonna text. Okay, because I don't want to ignite the conversation.
Right. Yeah, I knew we had time for that.
Okay.
All right, but yeah, family. With that being said, wonderful conversation though, because these are the type of conversations we need to be having, and the type of thought and critical and analytical thinking that we need to be conducting, right? And really calling things to task and putting things on the forefront so we can fully examine these things, right? These ideas and concepts that we hold so dear, all right, and be able to challenge them, with grace, with dignity, right, and with respect. All right, so hopefully we was able to do that this evening and provide a wealth of information and history and education for empowerment, because that's one of the keys that we want to look at, the education for liberation, all right, for our people, okay? So with that, we get ready to close out for this evening. Let me bring it over to Sister Empress for final thoughts, closing remarks.
Wow. Well, I'm getting a lot of noise. It's a lot of noise coming in.
Sound like it's going for your end.
No, I'm not. I'm sitting. I'm not moving anything. Oh, he might be still on, but he can't
Oh,
hear
yeah,
us.
he is still on. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
All right.
Okay.
But
All
yeah, did
right.
you text him
Cool.
already?
Say it again.
Did you text him?
I'm doing it right now.
Okay. All right. Okay. But yeah, family. Um. Yep. So yeah, we definitely gonna bring brother Playthell back, and so we can further expound on some of these conversations, because I don't think we really got to the crux of what I was talking about with that education part. Yeah.
Wow. Actually, no, he did, but
Oh, he did.
it's
Okay.
just, yeah, but it's still going to be a
A debate.
debate. That's right.
Right.
Yep. Still going to be a debate.
Right.
Yep.
Right.
All right.
All
So,
right,
but
family.
yeah, it's all good because these are the things that need to be discussed and need to be brought forward, and certainly, the argument, or if not the argument, the comparative analysis of certain things have to be brought to the forefront. When you again look at the number of people that go to college
Right.
and, what they actually do and who they
Right.
actually serve.
Right.
And then to
Right.
equate that with, well, they're raising, decent citizens and all that. See, remember what Queen Mother said? She said, Negroes are made.
Right, right. That's why I wanted to get to that part as well,
Right.
because
Yeah.
when I was talking about nigger, I'm talking about those people that would say, I
Yeah.
don't want to rock no Brillo head, and I gotta
Yeah.
straighten my hair out and
Yeah.
be European. You know what I'm
She
saying?
said,
And those who
Negroes.
serve,
Yeah.
are really a detriment to the masses of our people by their their the way they think,
Yeah,
and
she
then
said Negroes are made.
right,
So clearly, these schools are producing Negroes, and we now call them Negropeans. So yeah, these are going to definitely be good conversations, and it's for me wonderful to be able to kind of show where things really are, where they have been, and then where they really are.
indeed,
So let's get
indeed.
ready to close out.
All right, all right. With that being said, we get one last thing, because I think we could charge ourselves to developing these type of institutions and curriculums, and being able to also support those that already exist, like Brother Playthrough alluded to. So I think
Hmm.
we're enough to do that. So I would
Yeah,
challenge
but
us.
what institutions exist? I was waiting
Well,
to
that's
hear
what he
that.
was saying. I mean, there's a few. I know, like Baba Zulu, he has one, but they're few and far between.
Right. Yeah.
I mean, so that's the point I was making. But yeah, let's get ready to close out, because I, like you said, we're going 4.5 hours. All right, family. Thanks once again for joining us. Hopefully, this was an informal and impactful session for y'all this evening. All right, and we're gonna bring Brother Playful back, and Playful back, and be able to build further with this type of discourse and dialogue. Right. And so we just close out for this evening. Final thoughts, closing remarks, Sister Empress.
No, I mean 4.5 hours. I think we've said enough.
Okay. All right. All right, family. So we get ready to close out for this evening, and I want to give thanks, of course, first and foremost, to the Most High Creator Creatress. I want to give thanks to the ancestors and the elders, those who have shed blood, sweat, and tears and paved the way to allow us to be here today. I want to thank our special guest this evening, Brother Playthel Benjamin, as well as Baba Jamoke, as well as Sister Betty. Hopefully, I'm not forgetting anyone. Um, oh yes, Sister Colette that joined us this evening as well. All right. So with that, as well, I want to thank you all. Thank you for your time, energy, and effort, dedication, determination, and discipline. All those who are tuning in, all those who support and are sharing the platform and information. All right. Hopefully, you'll be able to get something from it to empower you for us to move forward in freedom, justice, and liberation. I bid you all truth, justice, peace, love, freedom, power, prosperity, protection, patience, and divinely principled purpose. I want to say, let us continue to strategize, organize, and mobilize. And finally, family, of course, I want to say, Pamoja Tuta Shenda. That means together we will win. Oh, and of course, tomorrow, check us out at our regularly scheduled New Day Resurrection Liberation at 10 Eastern Time. All right. So join us for that podcast, as well as Sunday for our Ubuntu Justice Initiative, and that's now at 3 p.m. Eastern Standard Time on Sunday. All right. For more information, you can email nationalmwm@aol.com. Again, that's nationalmwm@aol.com. You can also email powerman2282@gmail.com. That's powerman2282@gmail.com. You can also text 267-636-3802. Number again is 267-636-3802. And with that, we will see y'all next time. Peace, power, and prosperity, family.
All right, we're out.